This is the Okeanos Explorer calling Stennis Space Center, the ECC at Stennis. Do you read us? Over.
This is Stennis. Yes, we do read you.
Great. You're a little low on volume. How am I reading? How are you reading me?
I'm sorry, I was a little bit away from the microphone. I'm reading you just fine.
That's great. We're reading you well too. Fine. Thank you.
Excellent.
Is this Doug? Over.
No, it's not. This is Brendan. We're still waiting on Doug to show up over here.
Okay. Well, do us a favor and let us know when he gets there, would you?
Will do.
Brendan, this is Jack. I think he was planning to be there by about 9 o'clock, so he should be there momentarily.
Okay, Jack. Yeah, we're just starting to wonder about that. I was going through my email to try to find your cell phone to give you a call and see if I could get his cell phone just to make sure I made it over here okay.
Yeah, he may have been stuck in traffic getting over the Crescent City connection. Or the
Could be.
high-rise, rather.
Yeah, it was relatively light this morning, but definitely could be.
Well, he was planning to be there at 9. It's 8:58 here, so hopefully he'll be there in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, we will let you know when he shows up.
This is the Okeanos Explorer. This is Jamie Austin, watch lead. Jack and company, can you give us a confirmation of which side of the wreck we're approaching, bow or stern?
I think based on the geophysical, we think this might be the bow, but we're not entirely sure of that. There is possible rigging in this area. So I've seen a lot on the limited video. I've seen a lot of rigging line and debris in this area.
Great. We see some evidence for debris proximal to Little Herc now, and we'll be approaching that sector of the wreck first from a down current direction. So we should get some kind of a sense of that pretty fast. Thank you.
It's a cool fish. Anybody know what? A mullet? Mullet. Kind of. Oh, mullet, like the hairstyle. Was the hairstyle named after the fish?
I don't think so, but I think the fish came first.
So the same kind of fish? Mullet? Different. Hake. So those ophidioids are cusk eels, right?
Looks as though Little Herc is, from our sector scanning sonar, is approaching one end of the hull.
Right.
We think it may be the bow, but we're not sure.
Right. Could also be the stern. Just not sure yet.
Megafauna right in front of us here. Seeing something on the seafloor now. We are seeing the wreck in front of us, and we are rising. We know from sonar images of this site that parts of this wreck may rise as much as 6 or 7 meters above the ambient seafloor. And we are now 3 meters above the seafloor from Herc.
Oh, that looks good.
It's a good view of one end of the site now.
Right. Those lights on it just seems to have materialized out of nowhere.
It's as though we have some cables.
Right.
Got some encrusting biology. Still looking at what appears to be cables or rigging in front of us. Herc is now 5 meters above the seafloor.
It's really tall. Is this altitude accurate? We're about 16 meters off the seafloor? 6 meters.
Oh,
okay. I'm looking at the altitude on the... Oh, that's Sirius. Got it. Okay. 6 meters.
Herc is now about 6 meters off the seafloor, looking at cabling and a piece of the hull.
There's a squat lobster called Umunida sitting on there.
Clearly we are looking at a structure that is composed, it looks to be of wood on the left with cabling above it in a structure to the right. We're panning now to the right to get a feeling for how extensive this elevated part of the site is.
Yeah, from here, those white anemones are recognizable. Later on, when we zoom in, we'll be able to tell a little bit better what kind of biological, what kind of animals we see covering this shipwreck.
Okay, now slowly lateral to your right.
Some Venus flytrap anemones. That's those pink-looking ones that kind of look like a Venus flytrap, the plant.
And rotate a little bit to your right. That's it. Okay, stop there. Rotate a little bit to your right and see what's off to your right a little bit. Yeah.
It's like we have more wood in front of us, slightly encrusted. There's a cable in the lower right-hand part of the field.
Okay, just follow that. Continue to follow that just the way you're going.
The sonar image that predicted that there was some debris here and perhaps some kind of rigging appears to be accurate.
Okay, push in a little bit on that and come down a touch.
Dan says that OKEX audio is low on the
Okay, hold that elevation.
That line in the visual field of Little Herc might not be part of the wreck. That looks like it could be fishing line.
Okay, rotate a little bit to your right to see what's there. Okay, hold that. Come a little bit to the left again.
Video said that
Rotate,
they've
rotate
increased
to
the
your
level
left.
going to the conference call. Can you hear us better now, Dan?
Yeah, it's a little better. You guys were a lot louder last week or the week before on the other shipwreck dives, so that's so just making it a little harder to hear this time. But it's come up a little bit.
We can hear you fine, Dan.
We're going to raise the level a little bit more. We'll see how that is.
Apparently there's some jitter on feed 1. It's coming into GSO that way. It's possible that we have a SAT connection issue. We're continuing to check that, but it will be good for those of you on Telcon to let us know how you're receiving us.
Okay, lateral to your left, keeping the, and first of all, spin left a little bit, rotate left, just see what's there.
Pretty good visibility now. It looks as though we're actually inside a portion of the debris field. It's clearly wooden structure in front of us. No sign yet of any metal objects except the, I think the cabling we saw when we first encountered the wreck.
Okay, can you now back away just a touch?
The level of incrustation here is, as Aaron has said, we've got some anemones, but it is not extensive. We are seeing a fair bit of clean structure of the wreck.
Okay, start coming down a
I
little
don't see
bit,
any
please.
corals, but I'm not sure that it's clean either, because earlier we saw some darker colored, I think some other kind of anemone, but
Right.
it's kind of a dark purple, so it's hard to see until you really get close and get
Yeah.
good light on it.
Well, once we'll do some recon passes here, but we'll have plenty of opportunity to zoom in later on.
Yep. So lateral a little bit to your left. That's a real good view on sonar there.
Getting an excellent view now of the forward portion of the wreck on the Little Herc sector scanning sonar, for those of you who are picking that up on the quad feed.
Right.
Okay, pilot, what I want to do is work a little bit more to the left and then start working your way down, keeping the wreckage in sight until we get back down with a bottom view as well.
Another view of the cabling that we first encountered when we saw the wreck. This is the part of the wreck that was viewed before we came today to be the bow. We have
Keep coming down a
we have
little
a
bit.
fair bit of debris here and some cabling which suggests that that may be true, but we're still looking.
Okay, could you spin a little bit to the left and take a look that way? Make sure we're clear.
Herc is now about 2 meters above the seafloor.
Okay. Now, if you would rotate a little bit back to your right, keep the wreckage in sight, push in a little bit, and keep the bottom in sight, please. I think we didn't we determine that slack was around 11 o'clock, Carl? 11:30. Yeah.
You may also be in a bit of a lee here
Yeah.
of the wreck itself.
So, pilot, could you lateral a little bit to the left slowly?
Good view now of wooden structure and cabling, multiple cables extending from higher in the wreck down to the seafloor. Confirms the initial interpretation of the sonar images of this site.
And slowly back out just a touch and see if there's anything right down in front of you. Don't think there is.
Another hake fish.
Looks like a piece of debris in front of us, also encrusted with anemones.
Yeah, mostly Venus flytrap anemones, or at least those are the biggest ones that are visible.
Roger that. Not clear what that piece of debris is, whether it's wood or metal.
Right.
We will get a chance to see close-ups of all of this later in the dive.
Okay, pilot. Let's rotate back to the right. Reacquire the main structure. And then we'll start working our way down the side of the ship.
Where are our abbreviation sheets? That's great.
Go ahead, Nav. Yes. You're heading about 70.
Yep. We're doing an orientation check on the wreck by turning Herc to look along the axis of the wreck. It looks like the trend is 070 approximately.
Okay, so when we're done,
Yeah.
when we're done with what you're doing, what we want to do.
Got a pretty good indication here looking down the long axis of the reg that current is flowing from left to right in our view. It's approximately north to south. It's what we expected. It's what we encountered when we first got to the seafloor.
Nav, are you complete on that? Okay. What I'd like to do is start working our way
80
down
degrees?
the side of the ship to your right. We want to be careful that we want to look straight on, perpendicular to the side of the ship, but we also want to be spinning to our right occasionally to look what's ahead of us, and there's obviously something coming up that we're going to see as we go, so we'll want to be spinning pretty aggressively as we go down the side of the ship to see what that is. Looks like it's sticking out quite a ways. Thank you. And for now, let's try to keep bottom in sight while we do this part of it.
Dave, we're going to work our way down the down current side, though. Correct. I mean, that's what we're calling the southern edge.
Wish these fish would stop stirring up the sediment, making it difficult. Stop it.
Okay, there's something off to your right, Bobby. Just swing right a little bit. Just rotate right. So you can go up a little bit, Bobby, and acquire that. I think that's the piece that we followed earlier.
It looks like a coral there in front of us hanging off of the side there. I'm not sure what kind it is yet.
Yeah, so we saw that piece earlier when we were up higher and then walked down a little bit. So that's the same piece that we're seeing. So you'll want to try to keep that in sight. You'll want to rotate a little bit to your right to make sure there's nothing else to your right. And then when we're comfortable with that, you'll want to pirouette around this piece, and then go back in and reacquire. So it looks like you're clear there. So go ahead and just keep this right in your center and pirouette around it, keeping it in sight, and then follow it back in to where you acquire the rest of the ship, and then we'll continue to move along the side. Yeah. If you want to make a ship move, you can hold right here and just image this a little bit more. Please don't do anything with the camera other than just get a good glimpse of what's here.
Do you have any idea what the species of coral that might be, Aaron?
So I guess that it was a Gorgonian, and Catriona confirms that it might be Paramaricia. It's hard to tell from this far away, but Paramaricia is a type of Gorgonian. Dan would like to put the lasers on, please.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Lasers, please.
Thank you. Lasers are on.
Thanks, Aaron. Hey, this is Dan in Houston again. As we come down on this reconnaissance on this side, one of the things I'm curious about is we see any kind of sheathing, or if this is just a heavy built wooden hull. One of the things that we do see is when intact like this, they potentially are sheathed vessels, but I don't have any evidence of that on this ship, so I'd like to keep an eye out for that.
Do you mean sheathed in metal?
Metal, yeah. I mean, Dan, it looks like the southern flank of this hull is quite clean, so we should get a pretty good view of the potential for that as we go.
Okay. Yeah, my I-1 feed goes in and out with clarity, so I'm kind of depending on those of you who are out there and on the I2 feeds for help on this.
Roger that. We will.
Right.
So
Yeah, although there's a lot of biology on here, it's not as encrusted as I've seen on other shipwrecks. Sometimes it's completely covered. You can barely even see, other than the fact that it's shaped like a ship. It's hard to see the surface of it.
yeah, so then the question would be, for me, would be whether and how long this wreck has actually been in contact with the water column, whether or not it's been exposed by some kind of an instability in the front of the Mississippi cone. We're just east of one of the outlets of the Mississippi River, so this is a very, very thick, very unstable pile of sediment, and you could be getting periodic avalanches of sediment that might expose a hull like this. Of course, the hull itself is probably moving slowly downhill along with those sediments as well.
Go ahead. Stand by.
Those of you on the telecon, we have an option to leave the lasers on. Is that something you would prefer? We will occasionally be too close for the lasers to be useful, but certainly for the biologists, it's useful to have them. Let us know.
This is Dan. I'd definitely like to have them on all the time so we can keep a scale on for these timbers. That'll help us in identification of the wreck.
Roger that, Dan. I think the view
We'll keep the lasers on.
is to leave the lasers on.
Right. Useful for archaeologists also.
pilot, if you saw when you rotated to the right, there's something up just about 3/4 of the way up on your screen to the right there. So as you're pushing in, see it right there? Yeah. So you might want to go in and take a look at that and see what that is before you try to go any further. Yep. Yeah. If you notice, there's an awful lot of line like this laying across the structure, so hard to know what that is. So you just keep in mind that it's there. That's it. So just do a nice right pirouette. See what's on our right-hand side. Okay, pilot, continue to lateral to your right slowly, keeping the bottom in sight. Take a look up at your pilot cam. So you want to back away, please, a little bit. Okay, you want to come down and back away, please. That's it. Okay, come down a little bit, please. Okay, and rotate a little bit to your right and push in a little bit, keeping the bottom in sight. Okay, lateral right a little bit. Yep. No, let's all stop here. Let's back away a little bit. And slowly start to come up a little. Okay, and slowly push in.
Oh, there's some Lophelia coral, the white coral up there on the upper right side of the screen. Still lots of Venus flytrap anemones and a lot of those white anemones.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Pilot, rotate a little bit right and push in. Okay. Come up a touch, please. Okay. Come up a little bit more, please.
So Doug, you asked what is on the bottom left screen on video feed 3. That's the pilot camera. The pilot camera.
Okay.
And that is a fixed camera that is above
Bobby, push a little bit in.
the camera
and
that the main
lateral
camera
to
that we're
your
using.
right
So
up at
basically
this
you see
elevation,
just
please.
what is right above us.
Yeah. Could you push in a
Okay,
little
thanks,
bit
Kelly. Yeah,
and
we
start
were we
lateral
hadn't
to
seen
your
that feed
right
before.
up at this elevation and see what we have. So just come in a little bit. You've got a line just on the right-hand side of your screen there. Yep. So right about there, start to lateral to your right a little bit. See what we have up at this elevation.
So as we're moving around this wreck, we're trying to get, of course, a good visual survey of what's going on here, but also we have to be really careful
let's start
of
lateraling
wood
to the right
debris
and see what
and
we've got
various
from here.
lines, maybe fishing lines or cables from this shipwreck too, so we don't get entangled in those with the ROV. So you can see on the right side of the screen there's a really thin line. Looks like it has maybe a brittle star on it.
Okay.
Not sure. Whatever it is, it's very
Pilot,
rigid.
you want to climb up a little bit? That's a good shot. Just where you're going, just climb up a little bit, and we'll see that high point. This is a good distance off. That's it. Just climb up and
Seeing a lot of biology on this side.
Good image of this upper part here.
Right, so this is a higher part of the ship, which kind of makes sense. Most of these organisms are suspension feeding or passive predators,
Very
which
nice, Bobby. Now
they're cnidarians, so the anemones and the corals can eat particulate matter that is just floating by them, carried by the current, or they also have stinging cells, so they can capture little swimming prey as well. But again, they'll probably get a larger supply of that the more they are in the current. Many of these animals are also sensitive to sedimentation, so they don't want to be lower down on there where they can get clogged up by sediment that gets stirred up from the bottom.
Okay, pilot. Lateral to your right a little bit, please. And don't be afraid to rotate a little bit as you go. See what's...
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I was thinking, the same thing. Yeah, I think you're right. Why don't you go ahead and try it? We're not getting much of anything out of it. Okay. Okay, co-pilot. Yeah, what I'd like to do is have pilot, let's hold right here, and I want to one by one go through and turn off Sirius's HMIs. Go ahead, Nav. Roger that, thank you. I believe it is, yes. Roger, continue. Okay, what do you have right now on? Okay. Let's continue and turn the rest of them off, please.
Okay.
Co-pilot, you can remove the rest of the HMIs. Okay, what was the co-pilot? What was the last one you turned off? Okay, let's wait and restrike those possibly later because we were getting a view of the tether, which I liked. So we might want to make a compromise here. I really like this view, but I don't see enough of the tether. And we were seeing a little bit more of the tether with that the last turn off there. So give them a while and restrike them, okay? Thank you. Yeah, Roland, go ahead. Communicate with the co-pilot, though.
ROV nav, one of our archaeologists would like a virtual marker here, if possible. That's a good question. I don't know what the convention should be. Should we be just going numerical here on this rec? So let's just call this marker 1.
That's fine.
Yeah, whatever works for you. That's great.
Okay, pilot, you hear me okay? Okay, Bobby. What I'd like to do is rotate a little bit to your left. And slowly work your way down until you acquire the bottom, and then come back up. Yes. Okay, I see some iron stainings directly ahead of us, a little to the right and top of the screen now.
Yeah, I certainly see that too.
So that should be
suggests perhaps the presence
noted.
of sheathing here on top of the wood ribs that we're seeing. Yeah, they've been discussing whether or not there's a possible chain plate here. It's one of the reasons we put a virtual marker down here. We're going to revisit.
That's good, Bobby. Now just kind of rotate to your right. Yep. And lateral a little bit to your right when you're about good right there.
Little Herc is down now near the seafloor.
A little bit to your right. Stay about the same distance. You could, yeah, and if you need to, you can rotate
Looks like
a little
we have
bit right.
some rigging
Check that
lines coming off the
go.
outer wall to the right. Little Herc is about 2 meters off the seafloor right now.
Go ahead, co-pilot.
No. Is that a SALP? Does anybody out there know?
Yeah, co-pilot, you can restrike when you're ready, please.
You know, SALPs are these barrel-like tunicates, and I think that that's what this is, but I can't be sure.
Yeah, see if you can follow those down to the where you see the bottom, Bobby.
Mike confirms that's a SALP.
Thank you, Mike.
And there's another. And what were people calling that fish? Somebody call it a viper fish? Is that what?
A hake.
Hake, it's a hake, okay. And you can see in the turbid
Okay, pilot, you can
water in
just
front of
hold-
us,
hold
the
here a little bit,
lasers, they don't
let
always
that
show
clear.
up when we're too close to our targets, but
Yeah.
you can see them
Yeah.
shining through the turbid water in front of Little Herc now.
Co-pilot, that looks good. I think we're getting just a little more information out of that set of lights. Roger that, thank you. Okay, we're gonna sit for a second and let some of this clear up. And if it doesn't clear up here in a short while, we'll start climbing up higher.
It's another SALP, or
Okay,
maybe one of the
pilot,
same ones.
looks like it's gonna start to clear a little bit here.
No, they're not
Pilot,
really
why don't you,
related.
why don't we climb a little bit and push in when you acquire.
Holothurians, or sea cucumbers, are more related to ophiuroids, brittle stars, and sea stars, sea urchins. And these guys are tunicates.
Co-pilot, you
They're
talking to me?
something different.
Roger, thank you. Okay, pilot. Let's rotate a little bit and start working our way to the right.
There's lots of little stuff swimming around right here.
Seeing evidence for vertical ribs in our view right now from Little Herc, and some evidence for what we are terming staining, which could suggest the presence of metal.
Okay, pilot, come up a little bit. Yep.
And are those the small fish, Aaron? Are those, again, are they fish, or are they copepods, or
Look like small fish to me.
small fish? Yeah.
I think that there are copepods around here, but the copepods are very tiny.
Okay, pilot, you can continue the lateral to the right, please.
There's another fish sitting up there, just kind of hanging out on top of that the ship there.
Saw those in the mid.
Yes.
Squirrelfish? I mean, they were
Okay,
calling
Bobby,
them,
climb a
I
little bit
forget the
higher
name, but
and
we
push
saw
in
them
a
quite
little bit,
commonly
please.
on the seafloor in the mid.
Right, I've
Something
seen them
very
before
similar
too,
looking.
but I don't know what they're called either.
Okay.
I'm sure our colleagues out there in the
Let's get a good
listening
view of
world
this
will let us
fish.
know.
That's nice.
It's
very
pretty
nice.
over here, very colorful.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
You can see that anemone, so those lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So that anemone is maybe 15 centimeters wide. It's a pretty big anemone.
Okay, Bobby, continue to the right a little bit, but rotate first, please.
Oh, cool. See, then it closes. Looks like a Venus flytrap almost.
It's a beautiful, that's a beautiful organism. It moves really quite rapidly, doesn't it? It opens and closes quite fast. And you said that wasn't necessarily, it was a protection mechanism to a degree, and then also a feeding strategy, yes?
I don't think that it needs to close in order to eat stuff. I think that it just catches things in its tentacles like most other anemones do.
Mm-hmm.
And most anemones, too, can close up like that. They just don't all fold in half.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Okay,
Archaeologists, this is Silver Spring.
perpendicular to the
Are
wreck
you guys
again,
thinking
and then
that what we're
lateral
looking
to
at
the
are
right.
chain plates here?
There is indication.
A little. I thought originally we might have some chain plate back there. I'm trying to figure out right now. And Doug may have a better view of it on his feed of just exactly where we're at and what framing we're seeing. If this is exterior framing or if we the outer planking is gone and we're looking at the framing and the interior bulkhead framing or interior planking.
Yeah, from out here, this is Dave. From out here, my impression is just exactly what you're just saying, and that is it almost looks like the ribs with the exterior planking gone, and you're looking at the interior plating. That's my impression, although there is indication of iron in the area.
So it looks like more Paramerissia there in the lower right, but I'm not sure what that thing in the upper left is. It's another kind of a coral, but I can't identify that one. Squid?
Nev, before we go anywhere, I would like to work this a little bit more vertically. So can you hold off just a touch, okay? Thanks. Yeah. Okay, pilot. Let's make a traverse downward, please, until we see the contact with the bottom.
It's a good view there down the outer flank of the wreck towards the seafloor. Very nice view, getting a nice depth of field here. amazingly intact outer flank and quite high off the seafloor.
You can push in and touch, Bobby.
Certainly some remaining sheathing here. Question is whether it's wood sheathing wood or wood sheathed with metal. Seeing some evidence for discoloration that suggests that there is metal here.
Okay, that's
that
good
most
right
likely
there.
looks at like as probably from the fasteners.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing from this angle that I have I'm not seeing anything that looks like any kind of sheathing. This is just a very heavily built ship.
Yeah, hey,
Roger
Bob,
that. We're getting some
pilot,
feedback from the beach now that these
you
could be
lateral a
fasteners,
little bit to your left?
that there isn't any overt evidence yet for sheathing, and that we're just looking at a heavily built wooden vessel at the moment.
And
Very nice view now. Good visibility all the way to the seafloor.
yeah.
Herc's about 1.5 meters off the seafloor right now.
The Silver Spring, we concur on the outer hull planking. This is Silver Spring. We concur. What we're seeing here is no evidence at this time of any external metal sheathing, just outer hull planking of a heavily fastened vessel.
Yeah, this is Bohm out in Stennis, and I also concur, Dan. I'm not sure how clear your feed is, but from what we're seeing here, I agree with what's been said. There's nothing that evinces any sheathing here, just the heavily built timbers.
Now, when you get a chance, the archaeologists would like another virtual marker here.
This would be W2. This marker. That's correct.
Yeah, this is very good, Bobby.
Excellent view.
Yeah, green staining is probably, you know, it can be related to anything brass or copper, and probably anything biological that Aaron can add to that.
Yeah, the consensus appears to be that we're just looking at evidence right now for a heavily fastened, well-built wooden vessel.
Yep.
No overt evidence yet for external metal sheathing.
What we're also seeing on this are wooden tree nails, which are wooden fasteners that would attach these. We've just gone past a few of them, one still set in flush, but one with the softer wood eroded around it.
Roger that. So some also evidence for wooden fastening, along with what is almost certainly metal.
Back out a little
that
bit,
could be
please.
the reason for the discoloration, the oxidation,
to your right.
staining we're seeing. No overt evidence yet for any kind of external metal sheathing, but we are seeing evidence for a heavily fastened, likely wooden hull. That seems to be the consensus view right now. We'll be coming back to this area.
Okay, and you can start working your way up the hull, please. Up and to the right, and we'll start working our way further along here. So there's a transition right there. Do you see it? The horizontal to the vertical.
Yeah.
It's a good transition line right there.
Yep.
So, okay. Robbie, right about there. Please start to lateral right.
For that green staining, I would agree that I think that it's probably just the brass. Oh, there's another coral. I don't know what that one is. Because, anyway, to back to that comment, I don't really see green in the deep sea.
Might back away a little bit, Bobby.
Because that's usually photosynthetic, right? And we don't see that down here.
That's good. We'll look for more evidence of that as we go. We certainly have seen some evidence for iron oxidation staining. That's certainly what it appears to be, but no evidence yet of any kind of an external metal sheathing. We are seeing horizontal planking, external planking, hull planking, and we are seeing a transition line, as Dave Lavalval puts it, to vertical ribs, about in the middle of the little Herc view right now. We're still working our way down the southern flank of the hull slowly. Doing an overview, not doing much stopping and looking in detail here. Still doing an initial reconnaissance phase of this wreck. Lasers are on. You can see them in the center of the Herc view. Those are 10 centimeters apart.
What we can also
Okeanos,
see
this is
here
Jack. I
very
stepped
clearly
away
coming
for
out
a
of the
bit.
planking are the double frames
Yep.
of the vessel, and they're pinned through. We just passed a metal fastener that held two of them together, and they look to me to be double sawn frames, which would suggest a little later period in history.
Got comments coming in that we are looking at evidence for a double framed hull. So with metal fasteners connecting those double frames, and the suggestion is that this might give us some kind of a temporal estimate of the wreck age.
Roger that.
Nice coral exposure right in front of us. Another flytrap anemone to the top. Another coral there.
Yeah, we're seeing lots of these pretty
the
large
lateral.
Paramaricia. Some
I'd
of
like
them
to
have
do is
their
come up a little
commensal
bit and
ophiuroids
back away
on
a little
them,
bit and give us
meaning
a
those
broader
brittle stars
perspective.
that hang out on them, and we think that they stay there for their whole lives on these corals. So there's another one in the upper left there. That wormy-looking stuff around the coral is a brittle star.
Yeah, that's far
Again,
enough
is that a
out.
feeding strategy for this brittle star? Presumably, they gets them up in the water where they can get an advantage.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because
Now just
the
do a
corals
slow
tend to be
rotation, Bobby,
oriented
from left
perpendicular
right.
to the current, and so since the coral polyps are feeding on suspended matter, and that's what those ophiuroids also eat, it would make sense that that would be a feeding strategy for them.
That's great. For those of you who don't know, that's our biologist on this cruise is Erin Becker. She's finishing a postdoctoral appointment with Chuck Fisher at Penn State, and she's been a wonderful colleague here on this expedition, helping us understand the biology we see in the little Herc views.
Yeah, this is a good perspective. Okay, push ahead a little bit, Bobby, but you don't need to overrun your.
And we're seeing
shutter
extraordinary
here, so
small
we can
life in the
keep looking
foreground.
in this
Again,
area.
you think these are amphipod, copepod types of free swimming.
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
pelagic.
lots of them
rotate
look like
back
little
left
fish to
and-
me
A little
look
fish.
perpendicular. and
Interesting.
because of the
You
way
could,
that they're shaped and the way they
go
move
ahead
around.
and do another vertical. Nice
Fantastic
slow
concentrations in the
vertical,
vicinity of
showing
this
the
wreck.
transition while you wait for the
And
ship.
yeah, Mike Vecchione is noting that there are lots of salps around here, and some of these salps, so this is one that's all by itself, but some of them have these little amphipods inside them that are, well, I guess you'd call it parasitic or predatory. So the females go and they hollow out the inside of the salp, and then they lay their eggs in there and push it around in the water column until their eggs develop. Oh, see, like over there to the lower, the salp, the little one, over to the right there is one of those.
Everyone will be glad to know that we have been posted on the White House blog, what we're doing right now. Apparently this is leading to a spike in viewership. So for those of you who may just have joined us, this is the Okeanos Explorer. We're in the midst of Dive 7 of Leg 3 of our Northern Gulf of Mexico expedition. We are looking at a wooden shipwreck east of the Mississippi River. This shipwreck's about 200 feet long, and we are working our way down down one flank of this shipwreck. Our general protocol on these dives is to do an overview, a visual overview of the wreck, and we're just starting that process now. And then we'll come back to a series of close-up views. The idea being eventually to do a complete visual characterization of the wreck, both for NOAA and for other organizations that may be interested in this. Getting pretty good visibility now from our little Herc remotely operated vehicle. We're about 2 meters off the seafloor, and we're looking again at the outer part of this heavily fastened. Those look like fastening marks, those little knobs on the outer part of this hull in the lower view, and then vertical ribs of what may be a double framed hull in the upper view. Lightly encrusted. Aaron Becker, our biologist on board, is giving a commentary on the kinds of biology we're seeing, and we welcome you to the Okeanos Explorer website.
Okeanos, this is Jack. Have we made a determination if we're port or starboard yet?
Jack, this is Dan. I'm pretty sure we're on the port side, based on the rigging that was at the that we came on initially. There was quite a bit of rigging and timbering that looked like it was related to the bow structure.
Roger that. Our internet one feed is much improved now.
It's good to hear.
Okay, pilot. We're anytime you guys are comfortable, we're ready to proceed. Moving to your right, which we think is moving towards the stern, and
technical details of the wreck aside, I am occasionally just overwhelmed by the beauty of these scenes, and you're certainly looking at a beautiful scene right now. Anemones, corals, encrusting organisms, fish.
Pilot, you might want to just go a little bit slower.
And the wreck itself. Wonderful, wonderful quality of the video from our ROV. It looks as though we've worked our way down about 2/3 of the of one flank of the vessel now, working our way from what we think is the bow to the stern. We've got about 1/3 of the hull left on one flank, and we will get to what we think is the stern part of the structure here slowly. Frank Cantellis tells us that we're also on YouTube Live. And we welcome all of you viewers to our dive on this shipwreck east of the mouth of the Mississippi River.
Okay, pilot. Let's do a vertical transect from here straight down.
Straight ahead of us, it looks like more of what was on that wire that we saw earlier, which I think are, in fact, ophiuroids or brittle stars, sticking their legs up into the water column to eat.
Again, nice shot of the transition here. Very nice. And then, pilot, if you would just slowly rotate, just as you're doing, to the right-hand side a little bit and look that way. Okay, pilot, you can lateral a little to your right and then make a vertical transect back up.
Can we get a virtual marker here, please?
Yep. Virtual marker, please, here. Very nice, pilot. Now, continue your slow lateral to your right, but you might want to rotate a little bit and take a look first. Boy. It's just stunning, isn't it? Okay, pilot, I'm kind of curious here. Would you do a slow vertical transect from here down? I want to see how fast we get to the sediment level.
Yes. So video is noting that that anemone that's right beside that fish seems to have caught one of those tunicates that we keep seeing swimming around. I thought I saw one of those earlier too. It's not too surprising. I mean, these animals, the anemones that is, they feed by waiting for prey to swim into their grasps, and then they sting them with their stinging cells. There's certainly plenty of these tunicates around, so they're gonna run into them eventually.
So a little tougher to see the sediment wreck interface here, which I'm not sure if there's a lot missing down here, or if it's just starting to
We did it already.
get shallower and shallower as far as the draft goes and round it off. Shoreside can add to that.
So we did get a virtual marker. It's called W3.
And Bobby, could you just rotate slowly to your right, please?
We're getting down towards the what we think is the stern portion of the vessel now. And we will take a close look at that side.
Okay. Bobby, pilot, you can push in a little bit. That's good right there. I'll stop.
Quite a lot of salps here, huh?
Okay,
Yeah.
you may want to pull back a little bit and then start coming up. We're not gonna.
Is there
really
an indication of why that would be so? Is there a nutrient environment here that would favor them? I mean, we haven't seen them anywhere else.
It seems that there's a nutrient environment that favors a lot of stuff here.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's plainly a lot of food.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Boy.
Incredible density of biology in the water column right in front of the view here.
Yeah.
Okay, pilot, you can
You're asking
start,
what the spinning thing is off to the right of center. I think I know what you mean. And I think that's one of those salps that's been taken over by an amphipod, because they just seem to swim around more or less aimlessly. They end up spinning around a lot.
Looks like I've got some curvature
A
right
little
in front of me here.
Yep.
As I've said, we are working our way towards what we perceive to be the stern portion of the wreck now. The acoustic images here suggest that there is some kind of a platform on this part of the wreck. And that may be what we're looking at now.
Some more Lophelia up here. Yes? Go ahead, Neff. Okay. We're about 40 meters along the wreck, yeah?
Interesting.
Interesting, I would say.
Interesting structure in front of us. Looks like some cabling suspended from the wreck towards the seafloor.
Pilot, could you follow that cable down and see where it goes?
Mike says pyrosome. I assume that that's that purple thing that was just floating right in front of our screen for a little while there. I think that's some more coral on the bottom there too. I'm almost surprised to see it next to this shipwreck.
Okay, pilot, you can, you probably want to rotate a little bit to your right and have a look, and then lateral around that cable and come back up. Yeah. Okay, pilot, you can push in a little bit, reacquire, and then continue lateraling to your starboard.
I can't tell whether that's still the flank of the wreck though, or something suspended outboard from the flank. Is that?
I think it's what's left of the side of the ship there.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, pilot, you can continue to move laterally to your right. Get past these cables and continue on.
Hey, Jack and Dan, have you guys seen more of this wire rope elsewhere on the wreck?
I believe there's some inboard.
It does seem like we're seeing larger
Okay,
and more numerous
pilot,
colonies of
could you stop
Lophelia
right here
and
push
Paramaricia.
in a little bit, please.
And the
On this
Lophelia
side.
are the white coral. Is
Yeah.
that what is that?
Yeah, Lophelia, the white coral like we see on the left side of our screen there. It's a hard coral because it has a calcium carbonate skeleton.
We're now seeing, I think, the planking, the exterior planking of the ship again. Go ahead, Nav. Yes, roger that. Thank you. Bobby, work this area a little bit. Obviously, you have some line in the front of you. Now that's all stop right there. Now, Bobby, push in a touch. You see that webbing at the top? Let's take a look at that. It could be a fishing net. So that looks like it could be a fishing net that was lost from somebody dragging in the area. Could you lateral left and see if we can see where that stops? That's right about there.
Back and working? Yeah. Better now. Not as clear as type 2, but
yeah.
It had frozen, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I called my wife this morning.
Okay, push in just a touch.
Looks as though those cables actually come up and over the top of the portion of the wreck we're looking at right now and then trail down towards the seafloor.
And then lateral a little bit to your right.
Everybody notice that netting there?
Yeah.
Yep, we've got it. Thank you.
So I think Dave was speculating that that net might have been lost later. Maybe somebody dragging it along the seafloor and then it got caught on this wreck.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great hazards of doing wreck investigations with tethered vehicles or debris that that covers these wrecks over time if they're exposed with any relief at the seafloor.
Does anybody know at lower 400 meters here, would they be dragging that deep?
Just did some Nautilus expeditions last year and in the Mediterranean, and they certainly were there, but I have no idea in the Gulf of Mexico.
The only place they really fish, I think, in this kind of water depth is for the royal red shrimp, and I think that is maybe down to 600 meters.
Yeah, we had evidence of trawl marks in the med below 500 meters pretty routinely, but that wasn't true. That may not be true here.
I think we're seeing.
Well, that's also a very restricted area where they do that.
This is interesting how this is way up in the air. This looks like the stern section.
It's not unusual for these things to break free and drift, though.
So,
well,
ROV Nav, it's still your perception that you're a fair distance from the end of the wreck?
This is it.
This could be the bow.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like some. It would be interesting to have some comment from those of you on the beach about whether or not you continue to think that this is the stern.
Starting to look like the stern to me.
Obviously, we won't get a really good feeling for this until we do a whole perimeter look, but this is interesting.
You see that horizontal projection about towards the lower part of our screen there? Is that just an anemone, or is that?
There is an anemone down there, if you mean on the very bottom, the center now.
Right.
Okay, pilot. After you finish this little bit of a pirouette here, I'll want you to start working your way downward, but want to be careful that we're not coming down in any surprises here. Not sure what's here.
Little Herc is now at an altitude above the seafloor of 5 meters. We've reached one end of the hull. We are working our way down towards the seafloor. Again, we're
Okay, Bobby, if you
we
would
have
move, forward,
sensed that we have
please,
moved from
at this elevation,
bow to stern, but we are still assessing
move
that.
straight ahead, please. Yep. You see that?
Hello,
you see that
Jamie.
horizontal
This
line,
is
very
Ballard in the
distinct
Interspace Center. Are you
horizontal
there?
line.
Hey, how are you?
At that same elevation.
How you doing?
Just
Good. How are you?
Lateral left and follow that line.
Well, I just finally after traveling around the planet. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm amazed your feet are touching the ground.
Finally. What do we got here? Looks like a wooden ship with all you on the
Yeah,
bow.
target 61 meters long, with relief up to 6 meters above the seafloor. It looks like a double frame hull, heavily wooden plank, no evidence for external metal sheathing, heavily fastened. And we've just finished working our way down the down current flank from what we think is the bow to the stern, but we're still talking about that.
Okay, pilot, just
Depth's about 400 meters.
lateral just along that
Roger that.
at this altitude.
This is looking more like the stern to me.
Roger that.
Yep.
For those of you out there, Bob Ballard's just joined us from the Interspace Center at the University of Rhode Island. He's just is weighing in on the wreck.
Okeanos, this is Jack. If we did get a chance, we might try and look at that post in the very back, or the very terminus end of the ship, and see if we can see the rudder gudgeon, which would be the attachment point for a rudder.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of iron straight ahead right now.
I think we'll head back that way.
Yeah, I think
'Cause we
the
haven't
idea,
gotten to the other side
Jack,
yet.
is that we'll do a perimeter look. We're still getting stable. Visibility is quite good now, but we'll work our way around the back and look for your rudder.
Okay, pilot, all stop.
Nice view of the Lophelia in front of us.
Slow rotation to your
Beautiful anemones behind it.
right and to your perpendicular.
And what do they call those anemones,
I don't know.
Aaron? Those are
White anemones. I don't know what they're called.
We call them bioclutters.
that's what we call them, white anemones.
You can rotate a little bit to your right, Bobby.
And we see those kind of anemones everywhere. I never knew what they were called. Also, I mean, yes, actinostallid anemones, but that's a general
Okay, now come down
term for
a bit, and we'll make another lateral
that can refer
to
to a
your
lot of
right.
different kinds of anemones.
Okay.
at a little bit deeper.
Yes, sir.
I think dropping targets 3 cables down the side, east end of ship. Do you want to make those 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah, I think we probably need to be consistent about it. Can you keep the numbering system and also keep a notation as to why you dropped dropped it? Well, that's what I'd do. I'd change to 4, 5, 6, and then just leave it in the comment section.
I would
No
start,
worries.
pilot lateral to your right now and see if you can reacquire kind of in the fish are probably down there making a mess for you.
So before embarking on this dive, we were worried
now you
about
can
stirring
come
up
down
the
a little bit
sediment with
more,
the thrusters on the ROV, but I think what we didn't anticipate is that the ROV disturbs the fish and then the fish stir up the sediment for us. some more red and green staining here.
Boy, that interesting. That coloring.
Seeing
is
a
really-
lot of
really
lot of
interesting.
staining now on this view of the hull. Tempted
Jamie, on the quad, what is the lower left image coming from?
That's the pilot cam.
Pilot cam from Little Herc, Bob.
Roger that.
Lateral to your right, pilot, slowly.
So yeah, that would be looking straight ahead, right above the HD camera.
Co-pilot. Yeah, would you ask Dave to come over for a second?
Is that your rudder?
Okay.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
so
that's what we're taking a look at right now.
There's some netting. Let's pull in and take a look at that a little bit.
We may be looking here at what could be a portion of the rudder, if this is in fact the stern of the vessel. Seeing a lot of what looks to be oxidation, perhaps oxidation on the sheathing or the outer planking of the hull, just what would be forward of that installation, but too early to say yet.
There is some more netting on this structure that we're looking at here.
Yeah, and there is some netting here, which obscures our view.
Okay, pilot, if you would slowly work your way down and see where this netting goes. If you lose visibility, then stop and then work your way back up. Go ahead, Nav.
We were thinking the ship moved to bring Sirius 10 meters closer to Little Herc.
I would agree with that. Thank you.
Dan, Jack, back on the beach. What's your view of the red staining on the hull to the left and now in the Little Herc view?
Well, it wasn't uncommon to use iron fasteners of the waterline. I can't tell if that's where we are.
Okay, so this could be oxidation of fasteners in the hull. It's a heavily fastened hull.
Right.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and tilt the camera.
Hey, Jack and Dan, what's your thinking on this perhaps being anti-fouling paint?
Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, Bobby. Could you go back in and acquire and move upward, please?
What about the possibility of this being remnants of anti-fouling paint, Jack and Dan?
It's a possibility. I've never seen it on any of the wrecks in the Gulf, but there is certainly a possibility.
Would that anti-fouling paint have
I should say on a wooden wreck.
Would it have a copper base, or I mean, I would have thought you might have seen some evidence for copper staining, but I admit my ignorance there.
No, the copper. If you've ever picked up a can of any fouling paint, it's very heavy. It's heavily loaded copper. So.
Sorry, video. Go ahead.
However, it's frequently red. So, and I think the history of anti-fouling paint, if I recall, was something like developed 1920s, 1930s, maybe. Does that sound?
We are seeing a distinctly
right,
green line on the hull now. I don't know whether that's cable or not, but we are seeing above the lasers in the center of the Herc view now a quite distinctly green
right, I see that.
line.
There's these structures that have some green on them close to the end of the stern here, to the upper right side of the screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've confirmed that this is the stern, but we're certainly going to try to do
on
that.
this end of the ship.
Yeah, that net's obscuring our view of the stern post.
We still haven't come around to the other side, and because the other side is the upcurrent side, we're going to have to be careful when we do it.
Right.
One thing to look at is the fact that you've got iron oxidation, which appears above the green, which is a different hue than the red we're seeing on the planks. And this red paint, if it is that, looks very similar to the paint that's on the 1895 schooner C.A. Thayer, which is out at San Francisco Maritime National Historical Park.
Oh, I was just over there. I just saw her. Interesting. Okay. Well, we obviously will have an opportunity to get a closer look at that as we move on here.
Okay, pilot, this is a great job. Everybody up front, wonderful job. I'm going to change out a pilot to give you a little bit of rest here and keep everybody fresh on this, okay? Yeah, we're gonna slide back.
Yeah, we're swapping out some pilots right now, but our plan, having worked our way from one end of the wreck to the other on the down current side, is to hop up and over this end of the wreck and do the same thing on the up current side, but we're going to have to assess current strength and direction before we do that. Visibility here has been variable, but it's quite good right now, so that that will help us.
Nav, dive, super. Yeah, Carl, what's your, could you get together with Dave and give me an assessment of what you think the current is, and whether you think we can jump across and work our way from stern to bow along the other side?
Yeah, I was just going to tell you about the currents out here. So you were saying it from the north, which would be ahead, but it was supposed to be flood all morning, so basically all the predictions we had were opposite.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure what would happen.
Okay, well, what I think we can do is take a look at this section that you're looking at right now, which the belief is the stern. I want to go up and down it one more time to look at that net, and then I want to start moving around to the other side, so you'd be rotating and lateraling to your right. And then I would like when you get over there, I'd like an assessment from the pilot to see if he thinks he can work the wreck going back from the stern to the bow without too much difficulty current-wise. And if we can, then we'll set Sirius up to make that move, and we'll start working the other way. Okay. Thank you.
Jim and Dan, I was just looking up a little bit of information about the history of anti-fouling. And it turns out that in 1854, there was a composition that came into widespread use that was a metallic soap that was applied over a quick-drying priming paint of rosin, varnish, and iron oxide pigment.
That's interesting. That might be what we're looking at.
That's great. That's wonderful input. Thanks. Would be hard not to see this in part as having some kind of iron associated with it, but we'll take a closer look.
So, pilot, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, so we've been up and down on this side, Dave, so let's lateral around, look straight on, and just do a slow move from top to bottom and see where that net goes.
It's a very nice view now of one end of the vessel. The debate
Go ahead, Ned.
continues about whether this is the bow or the stern. I think the prevailing wisdom is that it's the stern.
I agree. Yep, I agree. Thank you.
This wreck is, the long dimension of this wreck is oriented almost east-west. Going to do an up and down look at the end now to try to get a feeling for what the morphology of this end of the wreck looks like. Also to try to assess the degree to which the net that we saw on the upper part of the wreck is obscuring us as we move towards the seafloor. Little Herc is 3 meters above the seafloor right now.
Yeah, it's the fish are really playing havoc with the interface between the ship and the bottom there.
The turbidity we see in the water column is not being caused by our ROV, but by the proximity of our ROV to ship or to fish that are inhabiting the near the base of the wreck, and they move around and disturb the sediment. So that's creating part of our visibility problems at the moment. We do have some current. We're not sure whether the current is being motivated by tidal flow. As I understand it, slack water today was about 11 o'clock, which is where we are right now. We're at 11:09 Central Daylight Time local on Okeanos.
Okay, this is something interesting right here. So let's
we have a
go ahead and take a look at that, and let's drop an electronic marker here, please. That looks to be a pintle.
It certainly does.
Or a gudgeon, one or the other, but it looks associated with a rudder.
Yeah. This will be marker 7.
Well, there we go. It's the stern. That's a rudder pintle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And can shoreside hear me, Dave?
If you're on Okeanos X, they should be hearing you. You are.
Can shoreside hear Dave? Not getting any response.
We hear you.
Oh, okay. How many of these would there be on a wreck of this size, do you think, ship of this size?
So we're looking now at part
You'd
of
have
the
several of these.
rudder assembly.
Yeah.
You'd have several of these running up the stern post.
Yeah.
The rudder would, of course, be attached to it with the pintle going into this gudgeon, actually, is what this is. And
Right.
it would swing off of it. And it looks like the rudder has been detached and pulled out.
Yes.
These are sometimes stamped with a manufacturer to any possible way of getting in close enough to see.
Gentlemen, does the design of that, the preliminary look at the design of that, give you any kind of an indication of age of the wreck?
Post-medieval.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Post-medieval.
Post-medieval. Great. Thank you. That's wonderful. Wonderful
helpful.
input.
No, the history of rudders is pretty long, and the
Yeah.
gudgeons are
So
fairly
this-
similar for many, many, many years.
Okay, pilot. From where you are, could you just slowly come to your right, a rotation, just a rotation right, and just get a sonar view down the side there. Yeah, that's a good view now. It cleared up a little bit for us. That's a very nice view. And you know, the interesting part of this is that if I'm seeing that correctly, which I think I am, there's quite a twist in that piece.
Certainly looks that way to me too.
And that indicates some serious bending moment that would have been implied there somehow. That's very interesting.
We see it too, and it's either sinking or it got pulled off later, maybe by being trawled off.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's true. There is that net there.
On a ship like this, the rudder would have been wood with some kind of sheathing, or wood just fastened the way the hull is fastened.
It depends. Earlier in history, these ships would be sheathed and the rudder would be sheathed too, and it would be wood. What's interesting is that I was initially thinking this might have been turn of the century to early 20th. That gudgeon is actually bronze, which might mean a little earlier.
Roger that. Thank you.
Okay, pilot. When you get to the top of this stern post, or what we think is the stern post here, let's start lateraling a little bit to your right and rotating a little bit and looking at the area perpendicular. Go ahead, Nav.
We are seeing some debris off the side we're about to go down. About 20 meters down. 20 meters down.
Okay. Okay, so we'll want to approach that very carefully and take a look at that. Okay. Yeah, that gudgeon was pretty well twisted. Wouldn't surprise me if we see the rudder here somewhere.
Actually, the appearance of that gudgeon is very similar to one that we've seen on another wreck here in the Gulf, which was sheathed in almost 100% pure copper, which would seem to put it rather early in the history of copper sheathing, likely early in the 19th century.
Very interesting. Quite a lot of Lophelia, the white coral there on the end of the ship, which I think we can confidently now call a stern.
Roger that.
So you can see the net is stretched over to this side as well.
Yeah. So that Lophelia,
Hey, Jack,
I can't tell if it's on top of the net or not. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Jack,
like
this
some
is
of it might
Jim.
be.
Based on that gudgeon and what we're looking at here, do you think we're below the water line? I'm starting to get that sense.
I would think so. I would think we must be.
I'm not sure about that. Well, they might be down here, but on the up front, we were seeing some scupper tubes, and right there, scupper tubes protruding through the hull. So I think up at least towards the bow, we're higher up onto a deck level.
Okay, pilot, all stop here, please.
That's interesting, Dan. I wonder if that's something to do with the shipwrecking event or if it's post-sinking impacts, maybe from trawling.
And, see what we've got in this area before you proceed.
I'm not sure. I've seen there's a lot less of the heavy timbering in the or the upper works back here than I have seen up in the bow. So it might be a combination of both. But with the trawling, with the evidence of the net, we have another wreck that we've seen farther to the west that has impacted by netting, and we think it's probably the net probably tore down the stern of that wreck also.
Okay, so we're coming down, right down to the bottom, and there's wreckage on the bottom here.
Seeing a view now of the seafloor near what we now have confirmed is the
Pilot,
stern of this wreck. Some debris.
Just as you're doing, I think just back away a little bit and see if we can find the edges of this debris.
Hey, Jack or Dan, do we know what the elevation difference was between bow and stern from the multi-beam data?
The difference between them? No, I don't recall. Dan, do you have that information in your AUV data?
Not where I can access it quickly. I don't know if we did the multi-beam over this. I'm mostly just looking at the side scan. And I think we had about 3 to 5 on the bow, and maybe
Roger that, I agree.
Probably 4 to 6 on the stern, 4 to 6 meters on the stern. So it's probably 1 or 2 meters difference, maybe.
$4 to 6 meters.
Yeah, the stern was we had almost probably 5 meters at one point measured on stern from the side scan. But I'm not quite sure how much of that would have been overlapping shadows.
Hey, pilot, if you would lateral to your left, I want to see where that large beam is sitting on something, and then it kind of drops away. Just follow that beam right out to the end of it, and then drop down a touch. I don't know if it's sitting on sediment or if there's something underneath. Yeah. Now if you could, yeah. Now if you push in and take a look at what that beam is sitting on, push in and lateral to your left a little bit, come down, see if there's anything there that we can see.
I believe what we're looking at here may be disarticulated frames, or for folks on shore, ribs.
I'm seeing some evidence for
Jim, I agree with you.
curvature on the seafloor here, so I would agree with that. Go ahead. Yep, that's fine.
So maybe the seafloor stern first, which would tend to
very interesting.
Bend that rudder in a way it was.
These also may have been, this is Dan, these also may have been dislodged from the trawling activity.
Yeah.
Well, when you see nets suspended on the wreck, that's always a possibility.
Pilot, could you just swing or rotate to your left a little bit? See what's out there. Thanks. You want to take a break first, or? Okay. We can. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Trying to determine what those anemones are sitting on.
Well, they're going to be sitting on something physical, sitting on the bottom. In other words, we saw this on the last two wrecks. There's when there's something on the bottom buried in the mud or something, they seem to find that hard surface and attach themselves to it.
Right.
So they're a great indicator of something being. Yep. So pilot, you can work your way back in slowly and reacquire, and we'll start moving along.
Yeah, just the shape of it wasn't, you know, like obviously a wooden plank or something like that. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Well, there was debris from inside the wreck. We know there is some debris inside the hull, which we will attempt to take a look at once we've done a perimeter inspection.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go. Here you go. I think we came in here, somewhere down here. Looks like it.
Okay, so let's follow this back in, you know, to the left a little bit, and then start moving perpendicular to the wreck. So there's your, just kind of your.
It's the net.
Stern
Certainly the
section
net.
with the net.
Got a net.
That's a good shot of the net.
Yeah,
it's cleared
very
up
nice.
Down there.
Very nice.
That's a good view. Okay, about that elevation, start lateraling to the right, please. Yep. Yeah, I agree. So as you lateral to the right, there's still an indication of more debris that's blown out as you move slowly from left to right, Dave. Yep.
Blown out or pulled out?
Yeah, Dave, the side scan image shows a pretty good break in the outer hull flank where we are now. Might give us a pretty good idea of what the interior part of the hull is, how it's constructed, though. We get moving along it.
I wonder if this could in any way be interpreted as evidence of an explosion. And I have a reason for asking that.
All blown outward.
Well, as I look at the side scan, it looks to me like the flank we're about to go down has caved in from the outside in, if I were to make a guess, which is inconsistent with an explosion, but we'll just have to look.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack, this is Jim. Explosion generally, I think, would have separated her at the water line and potentially into chunks, but not so much into the kind of planks that we see here.
Okay, pilot. Before we go any further, let's do a little bit of a vertical transect, please. Look around in this area.
Another nice coral, beautiful view of ribs heavily encrusted by anemones. We're now on the starboard side of the near the stern. That's the right side for you non-nautical types out there. Pretty good visibility now. Good view of the seafloor. Little Herc's about 2 meters above the seafloor now.
Jim, this is Dan. Looking at the framing here, are you still seeing the double framing, or do you think that double framing we saw forward was more was a result of being higher in the up towards the deck level rather than at the water line that we're at now?
What it looks like to me is still double framing with the floor coming up and forming first and second buttocks, Dan. Mid to late 19th century.
Pilot, could you continue to rotate left a little bit and just take a look at this debris? Yeah.
And also think that here at the stern, we're at stern of the bilge and moving up past it.
Let's take a good look at this debris laying here.
Looks like we're looking at a pretty good pile of debris here. Looks like ribs piled on top of each other. Whether that's a collapse, a result of damage related to trawling, I don't know.
It's that whole thing just blown right out of there.
I can't decide, though, whether I think this side has come in or... That's right. That's your most favored hypothesis. I can't decide, though, whether or not that side hasn't caved in from the outside in. Well, it'll be easier to tell when we get further along the starboard side.
Go ahead, Nav. Yes, this is. I wanted to get this documented. This material that's laying here because it correlates very nicely with what we're seeing on the side scan image. So once we get this done, you can start to begin that move. Yep. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Yeah, you can start that anytime.
Very nice view of how these anemone colonize existing hard substrates near the seafloor. Good indication of the presence of debris away from the flank of the wreck. This is the Okeanos Explorer. We are in the midst of Dive 7. We are investigating a wooden shipwreck about 60 meters long in water depths of about 400 meters. We're east of the mouth of the Mississippi River. We have just completed our transect of what now looks to be the port side of the wreck from bow to stern, and we are now starting our move back up the starboard side. Our goal here is to do a visual inspection of the entire wreck without stopping for close visual inspection, but we will be doing that over the course of the dive. This is the Okeanos Explorer.
Jim and Jack, this is Dan. Could this be part of the upper transom that's been come off the wreck?
It's hard to say, but what you do have are frames that apparently have some articulation there. It's not transom. It may just be a piece of the side of the hull above the break that's come free.
It looks to me from the side scan image as though this is a piece of the starboard flank near the stern, not the stern itself.
Jack, on the Mercedes site, what we were seeing were chunks
Pilot,
of
you
the
can,
hull that had
push
blown
back
out
in
with
and
the explosion,
reacquire
and
the main
then
hull.
had
This is
deteriorated,
great.
leaving the iron fastenings.
And
But pieces
you've got
like this, but they were dispersed
Tom
at some
standing
distance.
by, so let me know when you want to make that switch.
Okay.
Okay, that's a great view right there.
Yes, sir.
We did have reports of a ship that
Thank you very much.
sunk as a result of sabotage, and that's why I was asking the question.
That's a great view of the ribs as we're coming up from the bottom.
Yeah, fantastic. Heavily encrusted. It's interesting that some parts of this wreck look highly encrusted and other parts not so much. And I'm tempted to say that that may have something to do with the amount of time that portions of the wreck have been in contact with the water. We are in a mobile part of the sediment regime in the Gulf of Mexico. We're east of the mouth of the Mississippi River. Parts of this wreck may occasionally be covered with sediment and then exhumed again as sediment moves down the front of the Mississippi cone. Of course, the whole wreck is probably moving slowly downhill as well. So it is interesting to look at the various stages of incrustation as we move around the wreck perimeter. Looks like we're moving to the end of the blown out portion of the flank of the wreck and got a more intact flank in front of us. It's quite consistent with what we see in the side scan image of the wreck.
Okay. Pilot, you want to continue or you want to make your switch? Roger that. Okay, we're going to make another pilot switch here. So please stand by for a second while we make the switch. And we'll be moving laterally along the starboard side of the hull here in a moment, as soon as we make that switch.
For those of you who don't operate ROVs for a living, careful inspection like this of a wreck where you are trying very, very hard not to disturb the wreck in any way is quite labor intensive for our pilots and for our dive supervisors, so we try to switch people out to give them a break. We're trying to do a close visual inspection but without disturbing anything, and takes a lot of concentration.
And doing a terrific job, I might.
Yep, I can say, having now been on this vessel a week or so, that they unequivocally do a great job.
That's an interesting shot.
It's a nice view of both the lower hull structure and the upper hull framing.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, we're going to proceed down the starboard side towards the bow, and the process is the same as we've done in the past, where we're going to lateral from, in this case, from left to right, with an occasional rotation to the right to look ahead of us with the sonar and with the camera to make sure that we're not moving into anything. And then I would like to do a slow lateral up at the higher elevation, and then an occasional vertical transect from top to bottom to see, to try to get as much coverage of the hull as possible. Okay. So seeing as you're close to the bottom right now, if you could go down and acquire the bottom and show the transition between the ship and the bottom, and do a little bit of a rotation to the right.
Jim, the explosion you mentioned about the Mercedes, that would have been the powder room explosion. Is that the case?
Okay, that looks good. Maybe a little bit of rotation to the right, please.
Is Jim still on the line?
Okay, so there's some. Well, you see in your sonar there's something, something down.
Powder room explosion.
What do we got? About
powder magazine.
About 8.
Yeah, on Mercedes it was powder magazine.
8 meters away, right there, that we'll be looking for as we move. But just do a slow lateral to the right along the sediment interface here, and then slowly work your way up again, Tom.
Hey, Jack and Dan, are you noticing that we're not seeing much in the way of outer planking here? Just a few pieces right here in the sediment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim, I noticed that. I'm not sure what was caused that with the usually what I've seen in the Gulf is mostly copper sheaves, so we get the hull plank underneath the copper, but I'm not seeing why it's just the deterioration we're seeing on the outer planking here.
Maybe it's a function of.
I'm wondering if you've got fragments here and there. Is this evidence of greater consumption? Have they been pulled off? I think if they've been pulled, we see more. It looks like this has just been perhaps more edible.
Well, I'm wondering whether it relates to portions of the wreck that have spent more time in contact with the water versus portions that may have been wrecked. I want to reiterate that this is a very mobile sediment environment, and portions of this wreck may have been alternately buried and exposed through time.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that maybe this has been more exposed and more of it has been consumed.
Start working your way up a little bit. Vertical transect here.
Any idea what that timber is that's laying on the seafloor in front of us? It looks somewhat different than what I've been seeing otherwise in other areas.
Do we want to do a scan down and take a look at that timber down near the seafloor? There's some curiosity there. Yeah. I don't want to get in the way of the overall visual inspection, but
it looked like a detached plank to me, Dan.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
good view of flytrap anemones down on our foreground.
In between the frames there? It looks like there's planking internal to those frames.
That's probably
definitely
the
is.
ceiling planking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Never seen that before.
Jack, do you have any warships that were lost in this area?
Not since the 18th century.
Very nice, Tom. Could you lateral right, please? Go ahead, Nav.
the framing is very, very thick, heavily built.
I know.
Yeah,
It almost looks like a whaling
ROV nav.
ship.
It looks like we're debating the degree to which we might have double framing here, and that it looks like we've got a lack of outer sheathing of the hull, but we're talking about the degree to which we may be seeing some inner sheathing and discussing how this hull is constructed. So,
Okay, Tom, just
Yeah, that's
back
called
away a little
ceiling
bit.
planking. It's the internal
right.
planks. It wouldn't have been exposed to the heat.
Okay, start to work your way down a little bit.
This is a heavily built ship, though, amazingly heavy.
Jack and Dan, when we looked between those frames earlier, did you see that the ceiling planking seemed still to be pretty tight with the butt end joints just lightly gapped?
Yeah, I noticed that. Wow. This is awesome, guys.
Yeah, from what we could see of the ceiling planking through the frames there, they looked in remarkably good shape considering that the outer planking has been
Okay,
so
Tom,
eaten away.
A little bit of lateral and also spin to your right to take a look.
That might suggest that there's more burial inside and less access, and maybe you got some impregnation of by chloride, some iron.
Sorry, Nav, did you say something?
Yeah,
Yes.
Jim, the side scan does show a heavy amount of silting, especially towards the aft part of the ship. It's to the point where there's actually almost like little pock marks or holes within the sediment.
Okay, Tom, I would start to move upward
That sure
again.
fits.
We're not getting much visibility down here.
Very nice view now of the side of the hull. We're on the after part of the starboard side, moving from the stern to the bow. This is the Okeanos Explorer. Some of this planking looks like it's in remarkably good shape. I think the consensus view is that this is a heavily, heavily built wooden vessel.
Yes, sure is. Continue to come upward, pilot. That looks good. Thank you. Avoiding that. No, you're just fine. You're avoiding that coral. This is just fine. Thank you.
Nice coral on the right view of the Little Herc visual right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, pilot, if you would go in a little bit and up a little bit, and then just come above that coral, and then turn to your right a little bit and look just down the strike of the vessel.
Jack and Dan, look at that frame spacing. That's not as tight
Just be very
as
careful
you
of
would
that
find,
coral, okay?
I would think, with an early
Tom, you might wanna
20
come up a little
vessel, the
bit.
more I look at it. Because that stuff
You
is
can
very
come up
heavily
and,
sawn
come up a
and
little
shaped
bit
really
higher.
close to each other.
Come up a little bit higher, a little bit higher. Keep coming up. And now rotate a little bit to your
So
left
what
and
time frame
lateral
are
at
you
the
thinking
same
for
time
this,
and
Jim?
just spin away from it.
Based on it.
There you go. Keep the wreck in sight. Lateral to your right now.
Still too early to say, Dan, but I mean, when I first started looking at it, I was thinking that it might be around that,
Stay high. Stay high.
World War I period when they're building lots of wooden ships with heavy framing.
And then push ahead and start to rotate back to
Little
your
Herc
left
is about
again.
5 meters off the seafloor right now, and we're still in visual contact with the wreck.
Yeah.
But what's starting to argue against that, Dan, is the way some of these frames are starting to look, and the
you
fact
should
that
be
we
over
had
that
that
coral
very
now.
obvious
Start working
bronze
your way
brass,
down when you're comfortable.
gudgeon.
Very nice. This is quite high, this side. So there's quite a bit of an
A lot of
interior
ships coming
section
into
of
New
this wreck
Orleans in the late
that we're going to get
18th
to see
century
later.
during
the seismic image of this vessel shows that parts of the wreck are 6 meters above the seafloor locally, so it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing this.
Okay, let's work our way down and just do a vertical transect. Yep. Video points out that we're seeing iron stains directly center the screen right now. Oh, okay. Continue down.
Pretty good view of sheathing planking that is really quite intact. You can see the grain of the wood.
Yep. Very nice.
Jack, this has to be one of the most intact wooden vessels that I've seen.
Okay, Tom. A little bit of lateral and rotation to your right, and let's look, see if we have any visibility down here at the sediment interface. Guess we don't. Okay, then well, let's rotate a little bit more
Jim
and
and
see
Jack,
if we see anything.
what's the idea of maybe there was some sacrificial planking on below the water line here, and that's some of what we're seeing. Not necessarily sheathing, but sacrificial planking.
On earlier vessels, you could coat it and then put an outer hull layer.
I'm sorry, video, I'm not hearing you. You're not quite loud enough.
Hey, Dan, Jim here. If there's 2 layers of outer hull sheathing or, planking, one's a thinner layer, that could be an indicator, again, potentially of an earlier wreck, but also it's something that you do find with the later ones, too. It's just in this thing,
We see,
straddle,
would we
begin
see some evidence of the
sheathing,
fasteners for that, though? Tacks, some sort?
Really nice view
We'd
now
have to get closer.
of sheathing. Some evidence for nodular texture that might be fasteners. Some parts of this planking are remarkably intact. May indicate that parts of the wreck have been beneath the seafloor and have relatively recently emerged.
Why do we have these very definite longitudinal strata?
Jack, I'm wondering if those are the butt ends of planks which have either been caulked or sealed and somehow just have better preservation as a result.
That's what I was wondering, something with the caulking.
There was a request to put the pilot cam on stream too, and so the video people are on it.
when we get up close to the bow, there may be remains of standing rigging. We're going to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, Jack, we saw that initially up there. They did a complete circuit up there. There's quite a bit of rigging up at the bow.
Was that wire rigging, can we tell?
I didn't get a close enough look. We'll go back once we get done with the reconnaissance. Well, that's one of the areas we want to take a close look at.
Not hearing me. Sure, can you hear Dave? Sure, can you hear me?
Silver Spring.
Yeah, this is
I can hear you.
Okay, this is a really good view. I hope you're getting this view. You can see the ribs, and you see the inner planking, and you see one plank where the fish is swimming through right now that's missing. And then if you follow the ribs down, you can also see the outer planking where it interfaces with the sediment. So this is a really good view from our perspective here of
Jack?
that what appears to be a double planking that you've mentioned.
Co-pilot now. So the ship is moving 220.
Okay, Tom, we can turn a little bit to the right, rotate right, and continue moving upward.
The end of this move should be about where your the position we'll have to survey the other one. Oh, and we do know that this bow is quite high and has a lot of debris, so if you feel like you're getting too close.
Okay, I'll stop there, please. Now, if you begin to lateral to your right, please. Boy, this is one heavy built ship. Okay, I'll stop there. Tom, could you just do a slow rotation to the right, please? Yes. Yep. Okay. Let's come rotate left and come perpendicular to the side of the ship again, please. And we'll get to that area in a little bit. Let's do a vertical transect here and document from top to bottom, please. Very nice. Hold that, please. Okay, slowly lateral to your right, please. Okay, and all stop, please, and rotate right. Okay, so there's another area that seems to be really come apart here. Okay, pilot, we've got good visibility. Could we move around a little bit in this area and try to document this debris? Yes, please. You might have to back away to get the bigger picture, pilot. Sorry. Yes, you could come down a little bit and do that rotation again.
This is the EX. Can we get a comm check for the shore, please?
Pilot, if you could line up, you see this beam that goes right down the center of your screen? If you could line up with that beam.
Still spring here.
Very interesting how straight that edge is
Thank
cut.
you.
Houston, hearing you loud and clear.
Excellent. Just been a little quiet on the beach, and I just wanted to make sure you guys are still connected.
Okay, that's a great shot right there.
Thank you.
Okay, pilot, you can rotate to your right and look around a little bit, and then we'll slide over there. After
Very nice shot of the fastening holes on that frame right there.
Yes, roger that. Thank you. Okay, Tom, that looks clear. So you can move over there and image some of this material on the bottom, please. Okay, we're starting to see cables again in the wreckage. Yep. Look at the colors on that. Oh. That looks like a peppermint candy. That is just spectacular. Oh, yeah, we'll see all this. Okay, I'll stop, pilot. Okay, could we slowly work our way back, same way, lateral to your left? And we'll go as far as that beam that we aligned. Yeah, and then we'll just a little bit left of that. I want to push in and come back up. Yeah, just go right on the outskirts of where that debris is falling, Tom. Just right to the left of that fish. And then start coming up, please. Yeah, that's good. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll stop, pilot. I want you to push in a little bit and see what we have right directly in front of us. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Okay, Tom, I'm going to go out of the room for a few minutes, and what I'd like to do, Jamie's back, and Webb is going to sit here as well. And what I'd like to do is work lateraling to your right, from where you are, and also doing the vertical transects. I think you're going to be covering the rest of the ship up until the bow, and just very carefully do exactly what we've been doing. And I should be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
This is your trusty watch lead filling in for the trusty dive lead. Not adequately, but hopefully temporarily. Hi there. We're on the starboard side. Yes, we're on the starboard side. Yes, correct. Started near the bow on the port side, or what we thought was the bow then, worked our way down and confirmed that that was the stern. Came around and are now working our way back up the starboard side. Looks like our visibility is reasonably good. Little Herc is about 2 meters off the seafloor. Yeah, it looks like we do see a cable in the right view.
When you look in your pilot cam, there is something sticking out there.
There was a lot of cabling coming down from the bow to the seafloor on the port side, so we want to be looking for that again.
Some of this cable might be the stays that were running from the bowsprit back to the hull of the ship.
Roger that. If on the beach you need to see the lasers, if we come in tight, the lasers cease to be visible, so you can see them now. And if you ever need a laser view of anything, we sometimes need to back off a bit so that you can see those.
Yeah, and earlier on when we were looking up over onto those timbers on the top of the ship, you could see them. They were just in the background. I think they're just sometimes hard to discern, but if you maybe go back through the video, you can see them better.
Again, we're looking in the view, we're looking at a 10 centimeter separation between those laser lights.
And of course, we're looking at a really big screen on a nice monitor, so a little easier for us.
Very good visibility now.
Is that an... I can't see well on the one feed. I was wondering if it was an anchor we're coming up on here, or if it's just some curved sections of wood.
I have not seen anything yet that I thought resembled a solid metal object. This looks like wood debris to me, but...
Wait, do you mean up in the right foreground, bottom right corner of this?
I'm wondering if that's a hawser hole, a hawser opening on the lower right, though. A lot of metal there.
Yeah, those look metal and curvy. Yeah.
Is that a hawser? Looks like it looks curved on the inner margin, and it looks like metal to me.
Possibly. Jack, what do you think about that?
Mike Vecchio observes that these are roughies that we're looking at here. This little fish swimming around. Thanks, Mike. I was wondering that.
Yeah, I got a cable down, extending down to the seafloor now from the upper right. Looked to me like we had a hawser hole on the at the right view. We'll get a sense. That's good to go down to the seafloor, and we'll come back up and then pan right.
That does look like a hawse pipe.
Yeah, it looks like a hawse pipe to me too.
Yeah, this is Doug. I didn't see anything that looked like it might have been an anchor yet, but I'll concur with the possible hawse pipe there.
Just as long as you're sure you haven't got an obstruction You can come up slowly. We do have cabling to the seafloor on the other side, so as we get close to the bow, we have to look for that. I see cabling now in the right rear view from Little Herc. We're at an elevation now of about 3 meters. And that hawser should be coming into view now in the upper center part of your screen.
What is a hawser hole?
It is the hole in the hull near the bow through which the anchor chain and line goes.
Huh. What is a scupper hole?
Scupper is a drain along a deck line, you could have seen a good example of it when it was pouring rain on Okeanos the other night.
I understand from your description what that would be like.
But that looks a lot like a hawser hole, the right lower center view of the Little Herc now. We might want to drop a target, guys, on that. And it would be, let's see, it would be 8 or no, it would be 9, I think. Or I've missed something. Is it 12? Are we 12? Oh, then then I'm way behind. Well, yeah, let's drop a target there. Yeah, quite a lot on the other side, I know that.
Does this looks like possibly the stem post and bow structure here, or are we still too far back?
I agree. It does look like the stem, and that the rigging there looks like gammoning or something that was then attached to the forward structure towards the bowsprit. You concur?
I agree with you, Jim. I think those are like gammons or stays or something that would have went out to the bowsprit. This probably had a fairly significant bowsprit. It looked like it was at a fairly good angle too, which may indicate something older also.
Oh, those fish that are hanging there vertically, they just went out of view in the bottom right, or the bottom left, sorry, are called, what are those things? Cutlass fish.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, rising slowly and panning up is good. That's gives us a chance to use the lasers for sizing. If we are near the base of a bowsprit, panning right a bit will allow us to get a sense of that. I don't see as much cabling on this side as there's some right there, but I didn't see as much here as I did on the other side as when we first encountered the wreck. That may be the same that we saw earlier, but I'm from the other side. Yeah, it certainly looks like cable. Certainly looks like cable to me. Are those? Is that an orange roughy in the foreground there?
It said roughies. I don't know if they're.
That certainly looks like
orange
we saw them. We saw them in the Mediterranean. Yeah, that's a good view. Good view of the cabling near the near what we now know as the bow. This is from the other side. This is where this is the first part of the wreck we saw. from the port side. We are just now completing our circumnavigation of the wreck from the coming up from the stern to the bow on the starboard side. This is where we first saw the wreck. This piece of the wreck here was our first view.
Dan, they're going to move off the bowsprit and around the area just above the bow space.
Jim, you broke up. I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that, please?
These are looking at the stays that would run out to the bowsprit off of the stem, just above and around the area of bow stays.
Yeah,
I'm just getting bits and pieces from you, Jim. I'm wondering, are we looking at is the actual stem post down on the seafloor where these cables are running, and we're looking at the apron or night heads, the internal framing on the stem up that's still attached to the hull?
We might want to back off here, ROV nav, and just get a view of where these cables run, and that good view of the debris at the base where these cables impact the seafloor.
Dan, I think we're looking at pieces of the stem post connecting towards the bowsprit, and that these are stays.
Yeah, is the what we're looking at now, do you think that's the bowsprit, or is that the stem piece that's on the seafloor?
Hard to say. We need to go around it.
It certainly looks like a stem post there in the middle view of Little Herc now.
Frank and Jim here. We've just noticed that in the gloom, we're seeing what looks like a U shape or a fork on this thing. Do you guys see that?
On the right side?
I think they're referring to the background.
Yeah. The background.
We're referring to the
where?
background of this piece, whether it's a bowsprit or a piece of the stem post. There's structure in the background.
Looks like the piece in the foreground is separated from the piece in the background. It looks like the cables are coming around either side of that piece. And enlighten us, does that suggest a particular time period?
It suggests later 19th century or early 20th.
Okay, Tom, let's go back to what we were doing. Lateral right and rotate and line ourselves up with the center of the ship, please. Yep, a little bit more to your right, please. Okay, and when you're lined up right on center, I'd like you to make a slow traverse from top to bottom. Okay, let's hold right there and just do a little bit of a pirouette around this. Document this really well. Visibility is much better than it was earlier.
Certainly is. It's much better.
Yes, please. Okay, yeah, continue to come around, please. Okay, and then back up.
Parts of this debris are barely encrusted at all. Fair bit of something that looks like iron staining again in the foreground of that piece of debris. Had a discussion earlier about whether some of this is an anti-fouling paint that has an iron component to it. Parts of the wreck are quite red. That piece in the right foreground is one of those pieces. Visibility is better now than it was when we came around here the first time. Couldn't see the wreck behind the cabling first time we were here.
Okay, Tom, as you're coming up, start to lateral and pirouette left.
Certainly unequivocally looks like the bow now.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack and Dan, did that look like the base of the bowsprit flipped over to you?
Jax can't respond, but are you talking about the piece that was on the seafloor?
Roger that.
Yeah, I think that is part of the bowsprit. I think what we're looking at here is the in the foreground is going to the stem post, and then in the background I think is part of the apron as it goes down.
That's what it looks like to me.
I agree.
That's what it looks like to me. You've definitely got curvature in that wood to the foreground there.
Okay, so what I'd like to do next is, first of all, Tom, how's the current? Okay, so what I'd like to do now is move more into the and over the top of the wreck, and keeping Sirius outside the wreck and managing our cable very carefully. And I'd like to start venturing into the center area of the wreck and doing a slow transect the way we've been doing it right down the inside or center of the wreck. But we'll have to kind of feel our way and see what we can see from a high elevation, or you know, we may have to pick our way through this a lot more carefully because I think there's a lot more down inside than what we've seen on some of the other wrecks previous. So if you would start to move into the center of the wreck from where you are now, but again, looking to your left occasionally to see what's coming up before you progress too far. And let's see if we can get down and get some images of what's going on in the inside of the wreck here. Okay, I'll stop right there. Come down a little bit, and there's something right at the bottom of your screen, just a little bit right of center. And it has some mesh or something into it. See if we can look at that a little bit. That could be a hose pipe.
Yeah, we actually put a marker on this. We put a marker on this down while you were at lunch.
Okay.
As a hawse pipe.
Okay, great.
We have a marker there.
Okay, we can proceed then.
We had instant recognition of that as a possible hawse pipe, despite your absence.
I think he's trying to tell me something.
No. We just didn't want you to think we'd missed anything while you were at lunch.
Okay.
Beautiful view of that hawse pipe right there.
Say again, please.
That's a very beautiful straight-on view of that hawse pipe there.
Yeah.
Yes.
The visibility is actually a little better now than it was when we first got here this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe the fish have gotten used to us being here.
Right.
Okay. If you get in position right here, Tom, I would like to stop and point the camera straight down. Just to your right a little bit. And rotate a little bit, I'm sorry, lateral to your right a little bit, please. And rotate a little bit to your left. I'll stop right there and reverse a little bit.
So have a remarkable hull integrity here for a vessel that's been on the seafloor a long time. This is pretty spectacular.
Okay, so there's looking down inside there. Okay, Tom, if you would just do a slow left lateral, please, at this elevation. Co-pilot, are you comfortable with the tether? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Some metal right there.
And that red staining, metal.
Okay, I'll stop right there, please. Rotate to your right. And tilt your camera up till I tell you to stop. Right there. Okay, start moving forward, please.
Little Herc is about 6 meters above the seafloor now. Gives you an idea of the height of this wreck above the local seafloor. No, it's not working.
Okay, I'll stop there, please. Lateral to your right. And you can also spin right if you need to look a little bit before you lateral. Just take a good hard look. What's around you? Okay. Okay. Pilot, could you just rotate left a little bit, please? Okay, thank you. And lateral to your left. That looks like a big bollard of some sort.
That looks like a bollard or
windlass.
windlass, maybe perhaps a windlass capstan, something like that. Undeniably metal.
Yeah. Keep lateraling to your
Can
left,
we zoom?
please.
Based on its size, I'd say it's some kind of an anchor windlass, or it's pretty big. Looks to be.
It's looking like windlass to us.
Yeah,
this is Jim Delgado. But then you've got down in the sediment here. You've got a bollard, but if you look down below it, you see that structure down there in the green gloom. That looks like the windlass.
It's awfully big for a bollard in the foreground, but I'm not going to say you're wrong by any means.
Okay, pilot, continue lateraling to your left.
If we look below it.
Roger that. We'll take a look.
Okay, I'll stop for a second, please. Pilot, could you tilt your camera all the way down, please? I'll stop.
That might be the capstan.
Its location wouldn't make sense for a capstan.
Okay, if you would tilt your camera back.
I agree, but do you see how the hose pipe has been pulled forward too? I'm wondering if you've got displacement of all sorts of things.
Okay, pilot, if you
Well,
would.
this bow is really the bow. If you look at, there's a huge amount of damage on the bow in this bow area.
Right,
so
rotate right.
I think you're probably right on that. There's probably some kind of displacement going on here because of the.
And
I don't know if it was
down
impact from an accident that caused this or impact to the seafloor.
Yeah, Jim Delgado again. Frank
Okay,
Candelas
stop
noticed
there,
that the hose pipe looked pulled forward and out of position. And then you look at this guy, and then down below
Rotate your
it
camera
might
up a
be
little bit, pilot.
windlass. It's hard to say right now with the tangle.
Okay, that's good. And
The way the bowsprit would appear to be snapped off and bent backward, or pointing backwards line on the sediment, I wonder if this is the result of
okay,
like
pilot,
bow
come up a
first
little
and
bit, please. And rotate left until you're lined up with the strike of the vessel, which I think we determined to be what, 80?
080 approximately.
080.
Yep.
So if you would
Hey,
line
Jim,
up with the
this
strike of
couldn't
the
be
vessel.
a windlass on its side, could it? Where it's been tipped vertically.
It may be.
And,
In which case, this is one of the drums.
Could you bring your camera up there? Thank you. And lateral left, please. Okay, right on the edge there. Okay, good. Okay, I'll stop. Let's try bringing the camera straight down, please. All right, again, lining up on the strike of the vessel. And lateral slowly to your right at this elevation. I think you want to come 080.
Are those temp frames on the interior?
They are. That's affirmative. Could be deck structure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it might be. You might be seeing some deck planking up near the bow. It's collapsed in. Some of that is fishing line, I think, and I don't think that's cabling related to the wreck. I might be wrong.
Jim, this is Dan. With the size and relief of this vessel, you thinking at least 2 decks?
I think so.
Okay, all stop, pilot. Could you tilt your camera up? Okay, let's stay on the left-hand side of these these frames, and move forward from where you are now, and just over that line.
Hey guys, Jim Delgado here. I'm just off to the left of where we are now, underneath that metal structure. Looks to me like there may be something buried in the debris that looks machine-like.
All stop, pilot. Tilt camera down, please. And lateral to your left, slowly. See if we see what they're looking for here. So stay on the strike, about 80 degrees, and lateral left, slowly.
Hey, certainly got something there in the left foreground.
Is that what they're talking about?
Well, I mean, we're pretty close now to what they were calling this this possible water tank. I don't know whether we're back far enough on the wreck yet to see that, but I think it is that feature that was sticking up in the side scan image. I have to get a zoom to see, but it's a square or it's a conical or square object
Okay,
that's sticking up
stop,
above
pilot.
the floor of the vessel.
Tilt camera up. Okay, lateral to your right and come inside the ship again. Okay, that's good. Camera down, please. Forward a little bit more, just a touch more. That's good, all stop. And a lateral left to right, please. Go across the vessel again.
Not sure. It could be that or the structure right behind it to the upper right that we were looking at, and the side scan image. I think it's the upper right-hand image that might be the what they were talking about. Because it looks square.
Now, the water tank is, it sticks up several feet. I mean, it's high enough that you can see it on the
right
on the side scan. I think we're coming on it right at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, roger that. We got it.
Okay, pilot, all stop. Lateral left a little bit. Center up on that structure, dead center, and then raise your camera slightly. Okay, camera back down and continue to lateral to your right.
Hey, Jim here again. This is looking more and more like a site that the Waite Institute investigated with Roger Smith and the Okeanos, which turned out to be an early 20th century four-masted schooner.
What wreck was that again, Jim? You're breaking up.
There's a site similar to this that the Waite Institute investigated in the Caymans with Roger Smith that was an early 20th century World War I schooner.
Okay,
Still too early to call, but this is looking more and more like that.
Yeah, I'm not. It could be. I mean, the water tank appeared to be. When we get a chance to look at water tank, the other video we had showed it might have been riveted, so that's why we were thinking it was some kind of tank rather than a part of the actual hull feature. But with the wire rope and that, or with the wire cable and the gudgeon,
to your
it's
left,
definitely looking at something that was in, I would say, 19th century and maybe early 20th, depending. But it's really hard to tell right now. But I'd like to that wreck gives us a comparison.
Can we stop and look down right now?
All stop, please. All stop, pilot. Okay, we are looking down right now. What are you looking to look at, please?
I'm just looking at the orientation of these timbers here and what looked for a second like some metal.
Okay, what would you like to do? Go back to
I think we're good now. Just wanted to get the sense of where we were in the bow and the depth of the structure. I think we are looking at a two-decked vessel.
Okay. Okay. Push ahead just.
This is Doug. Is that the water tank immediately to the left of the screen?
Affirmative.
Yes, Doug, it is.
Camera all the way down, please.
The riveting would be consistent even with World War I.
Lateral left, please.
Say again, Jim.
Riveted water tank like that would be consistent even up to World War I.
I agree.
Okay, pilot, when we finish this, we'll all stop and let you guys make a move with Sirius to get more comfortable. Okay, all stop right there, please. And let's go ahead and move the ship as necessary to put Sirius in a more desirable location.
So are we looking at like what would be the top rail and then a first beam frame or deck beam along the interior there?
That's what it looks like to me, Dan.
I guess the correct term would be a beam shelf right there, the first beam shelf.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get this well documented before we go. Tom, you can rotate around a little bit and get some images without pulling away too far until Sirius catches up with you. So grab a couple different views here. Maybe we should just meander a little bit back to that water tank, take a look at that a little bit more carefully while we're waiting. Should be to your right now. Yep, there it is. So Tom, what we can do is, if you're lateral to your left, and just take a look at what's around the left side of this tank as you're looking at it right now. See if there's anything in there that looks like we could get in trouble. Looks pretty clean. So if you want to go forward a little bit and then make a hard rotation and face the tank, you might be able to come down a little bit and get a good overall view of that tank while we're waiting for Sirius. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that you don't see a lot of growth on the portion that we're looking at now. But
I mean,
it's
it's either been covered or it's made of a different material that's that perhaps is not as susceptible to incrustation. Would this have been an iron tank of some kind, gentlemen?
Yes. It's iron, and I don't think it's a ridge orientation. I think it's fallen in.
There's a lot of diversity there on the side of this thing.
But there's hardly any incrustation on the top. That's just what we were talking about.
Right.
It's quite tall.
Well, 200-foot ship, I mean, would have needed some capacity for fresh water if that's in fact what it is. It is tall relative to its width, though. I wouldn't necessarily have designed a tank that way.
I'm not so sure it's a tank. Interesting.
I've seen tanks like this on sailing schooners built at the end of the 19th century. They would be stowed in a different position up forward and lying flatter to the deck level.
Huh. Interesting.
But are you saying this is not in its original orientation in the wreck now?
I believe that it is not in its original orientation. I think it's fallen in on its end.
Wow, that would be fascinating to have it fall on its small end and stay upright through time. But I'm not going to say. I could see where something
Well,
on
it could
end
have.
would fall on its long dimension, but I have a hard time seeing how something that is so tall would fall on its short dimension.
No, I hear you, but the only other position I've seen these things in has been lying flat,
Okay,
and
Tom,
that's on surviving impact vessels of this period.
Would it have been filled from through a valve at one location? Should we be looking for that?
Oftentimes, these were just filled through a cap with a pump.
Okay.
And as far as the orientation, you have to remember what it may have fallen through as the deck timbers rotted faster on one side or the other.
Right.
It could have fallen through in first and landed and then supported by the other deck beams that have since disintegrated.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hey, Jim, this is Doug. Any other examples of this that you've seen? Where would that tank have been oriented? Like more in the along the center line of the boat, or up against the gunnels?
More along center line, sometimes right up against a deck house, particularly a forward deck house, and down below in the secondary deck level, you see them more along the center line. Again, a really good example of this type of tank can be found out on the west coast at San Francisco Maritime National Historical Park with that 1895 lumber schooner, the C.A. Thayer.
Are we back on the exterior starboard side again?
Like it.
Okay, EX, are you still online?
Yeah, we're here. I think you're right. On the exterior of the starboard side again. Or where that beam was missing before.
This is Jack. I'm back on. What did I miss?
We found the bell, Jack.
That's what I thought.
Any objections to continuing our look towards the aft on the interior? We're finished here.
Tons of biology right here, especially those little white anemones and lots of Venus flytrap anemones. That's those bigger ones with kind of a more yellow stalk and then red tentacles and interior. And I see a lot of animals that look like tube worms, and I'm trying to find some background information on these things because I know that there are in fact tube worms that live on shipwrecks, and they have some kind of symbionts that help them to, I think, digest the cellulose in there.
Yeah, we did. We found some tube worms encrusting wood in the Mediterranean, and Bob Ballard showed us where they had found tube worms that had encrusted the teak decks of the Titanic.
Yeah.
And were now dead because the teak was gone, but there were remains of those tube worms on the decks. So.
And by teak you mean wood?
Teak as in wood, yeah.
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 There's the water tank again, right ahead of us.
It's a remarkably intact structure.
There's some speculation about whether that was welded or not.
Whether the top part of the ship is welded?
Tank, yeah.
how would such welding manifest itself in the marine environment after decades underwater?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I see some raised ridges between the planking, and I was wondering about those. Is that just caulking in your view?
Likely so, I think.
Yeah. It's what it appears to be from the side scan. It's pretty flat seafloor except for that that water tank.
Two Venus flytrap type anemones right below us, but different kinds. One is kind of a solid pinkish orangish color, and the other looks more like one of those mints, as we said earlier, that has the red stripes in it.
It's going to be interesting, I think, Dave, to get down as low as we dare and then look at the sides of the ship on either side, more or less horizontally from inside. I think that's going to give them a sense of what the internal construction looked like of these side walls, if we're comfortable doing it.
Looks like you have we still have a lot of rigging and or wire cordage on the interior.
Boy, that's a good example of the inner side of the hull. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful view there.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I would presume the debris mostly inside the wreck would be rigging. Decking appears to be. I haven't seen anything that I would say is unequivocally decking, except maybe right up near the bow, near what we were debating was a bollard or a capstan, part of a windlass. Might have been a little decking left there. couldn't have been a lot of metallic debris in this wreck. The water tank sits up high and prominently. We haven't seen any other evidence for debris sitting atop the sediment line inside the wreck. It's hard to know, of course, how much sediment there is inside. But parts of the sides of this wreck stick up as much as 6 meters. Little Herc now is about 4 meters above the local seafloor, the sediment fill inside the wreck. And you can see that we're slightly above the top of the hull at this location. Some wonderful corals inside the hull. Panning across the inside of the vessel now. It's a relatively flat sediment surface fill inside the hull. Deck is collapsed. Little Herc is sitting at about deck level, looking down at the inside of the ship. This is the Okeanos Explorer. We're in the middle of dive 7. We are looking at a 60-meter long wooden vessel. Looks to have been a sailing vessel, sitting in about 400 meters of water east of the mouth of the Mississippi River here in the northern Gulf of Mexico. We're in the process of doing a visual survey of the entire hull, bow to stern. We are about 2/3 through with that, and then we will go back to some areas and do detailed examinations of both the outside and the inside of the hull. This is the Okeanos Explorer. You can see the inner planking and the ribs outboard. That to the left is the outboard part of the hull. Inside is the inner planking. Some indication here this was a double planked vessel with ribs in the middle. Seeing the remarkably intact inner planking of the port side of the vessel.
We're on the starboard side of the vessel?
I think we're
facing aft?
I think we came down the port side and came up the starboard side. I think we're on the port side, but I might be wrong.
Facing aft right now, yes.
Are we facing aft? Then we're on the
we're on the starboard side.
Starboard side. Absolutely right, starboard side. So that coral would be situated on something hard, yes? I mean, that wouldn't be just growing on the sediment.
That's right. These corals require some kind of hard sediment or hard substrate to settle on.
So that indicates there may be some debris near the sediment surface inside the wreck on which that coral could grow.
So what we're seeing here is definitely a wooden hulled vessel with solid framing, and it does have inner hull planking or ceiling planking, as well as hull planking, which is largely degraded in areas. It's a pretty slab-sided vessel. Everything we're seeing, for me, continues to suggest that this is third century, late 19th, early 20th.
Is it fair to assume, gentlemen, that the wood that would have been used would have been oak for the structural members of this hull?
Likely so. In some cases, we have seen ships that were actually a much lighter construction, pine even, but I think oak would have been the preferred material.
Would the wood have
Down
been
here in
treated?
Gulf, sometimes even cedar or cypress rather is used.
Would it have been treated, for example? Would it have been creosoted before it was built, before it was constructed, or would it not have been treated?
Untreated. Shame we can't take a wood sample. That would be a good indication of where this vessel was built.
I think you'll be pleased to know that once we have our next generation ROV on this ship, we may be able to do some of these analyses right there on site without having to bring a sample back to the ship.
Wow, excellent.
Now we're talking.
Very nice view of the ribs there in 3D. Yeah, we're getting into the strength of a tidal cycle again now, do you think? Oh well. That pesky moon.
Where are we now in the hull?
We're aft, right close to the stern. Off to the left, looks like that bit of loose structure on the seabed that we saw earlier.
That's correct. You're near the stern. You're near the stern on the starboard side.
Okay.
Yeah, for the people that are on shore side, we're we're moving Sirius now towards the stern to give Little Herc enough tether to finish out the interior look. So the things that we should be thinking about next are areas that we want to focus on, areas of interest where we want to go in and take a closer look at things and zoom in when desired. So if you could start talking to us and let us know what you'd like to return to and look at more specifically, that would be a big help.
We've dropped 12 virtual markers starting from the forward part of the port side counterclockwise around the hull on the outside to the forward part of the starboard side, and we are now about at marker 7, 8 of that group, and we can proceed in any order you would like, but that's what we did along the way.
How much
Hey Dan, this is Jim.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Well, first off, I think Jack just asked how much dive time we have left. That's a key question.
Well, we have, we're only in 400 meters of water, so if we plan to return to the surface on time, which would be at 50 meters by 4:30, we're probably only about a half hour at most to the surface. So my guess is that without having the navigator,
Close to 3 hours. Close to 3 hours. 2.5.
yeah, without having the navigator do all the exact calculations, my guess is you've got till probably close to 4 o'clock ship time.
2.5 hours.
So 2.5 hours or so before we have to leave the bottom.
Excellent. Dan, Jack, what I'm thinking is in that bow area, not just around the water tank, but that structure that was sticking up and in its proximity and below it, looked to me like there was other machinery there, not the tank, but something else. Any evidence of chain plates, the gudgeon, those are all areas that I would recommend be a priority.
The area, I think, where we dropped the first virtual marker, which is on the port side forward, is an area where I thought there was some evidence of chain plate and also evidence of a scupper tube. But that area on the interior where you saw possibly additional machinery, that would be a very good interest, very high interest to me also, because there's a wreck that if we found some machinery on there, it might point that. So those are the areas that I'm interested in, especially on that forward area where we marked the first virtual marker.
Just a reminder that we're near the stern now, so it might be more efficient to look at the gudgeon plate area now, and then move our way forward.
Roger that. In and around that bow area, some careful looking at that machinery, though. We should leave some time for that. Dan, I saw down in the muck what may have been a couple of like wheels, not actual wheels, maybe fly wheels or something of that sort. But sometimes it's like looking at a cloud and trying to figure out if it's a horse or an elephant.
Yeah, and we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anchors. We haven't seen any other kind of large objects like that we might expect.
Yeah, nothing like that at all, just that hawse pipe. And it might be interesting, Dan and Jack, to go back and just look at how that's displaced, too, and what its distal end looks like as it penetrates into the hull.
Well, as we come to the stern here, it would be nice maybe to look at some of these disarticulated timbers and look for some fasteners and see what kind of fasteners we have, especially in the areas where the timbers are off on the seafloor, and might give us an idea of the shape and style
Tom,
of fasteners.
You see that timber right in your lasers now? Could you line up with that and just come down a touch? And just right about there, and back up a touch, please. See the shore side, you see the notches in this timber just to the right of the lasers? Lateral to your right a little bit, Tom. Shore side, you see this timber that we're looking at right now, right where the lasers are? You see the notches?
Yeah, I see that.
Why aren't I transmitting?
He should be.
You ever seen anything like that?
It's not familiar to me, but just wanted to bring it to your attention. Okay, we can move on, Tom.
Thanks, it's very interesting.
Okay, Tom, if we could turn to the left, please, and stay on top, and just lateral back to your left a little bit. Let's spin a little bit more to your left, find the edge, and just look around on this side of the stern. Okay, there's something right there. What's that? Let's see if we can take a close look at that. Looks like there's something there. Oh, that could, I wonder if that's the rudder. Is that a rudder? Pintle? Let's take a close look. Lateral left a little bit. Shouldn't be a rudder sitting there. See if you can spin around that piece right there, Tom. Let's make a slow spin to your left. Just rotate left. It looked like a piece of hardware, but I'm not sure of that. Or maybe it's just a frame. It's just part of the frames. Yeah. Okay. Could you just spin a little bit left and continue straight ahead? Spin just a little left and straight ahead a little bit, and just follow this down on top a little ways. Okay, that's more net. Okay. All right. I think we've seen the top of the wreck in the stern section here. I think that it'd probably be worth going back down over the stern and getting a little bit more detailed imaging of the gudgeon before we leave this area. Is Shoreside amenable to that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, Dave. And also, while we're there, like I said, there's some disarticulated frames down there. Get some close-ups of them.
What we're looking at right now? Is it are the frames that you're talking about are what we're looking at now, or on the outside of the ship down towards the stern?
On the outside of the ship, outboard of the area where the guns and pintle.
Okay. Okay, roger that. Thank you. Okay, Tom. What we want to do is tilt your camera up a little bit, come ahead until you get to the very stern, and then we'll pirouette around that and go down and try to get some imaging right down along it'll be just underneath the net, I think, or where we found that gudgeon earlier. I don't know if you were in the pilot seat when we saw that. Okay, well, we'll guide you to it.
What are we looking for?
We're going to go over the stern and take a close look. Yeah, I think you have to get back on the 80. What's your heading? 229. Yeah, I think you're turned around. You have to. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yep. Straight ahead from there, Tom. Yep, that's where you want to go.
Going down the outside of the starboard side towards the stern of the vessel now. This is the Okeanos Explorer. We're exploring a 200-foot long wooden vessel. This is dive 7 of our third expedition
Tom.
in the northern Gulf of Mexico.
Now, if you
near the stern now.
If you just follow this straight down, yep, and follow it straight down, you'll come to a brass gudgeon for the pintle on the rudder, for the pintle that would be on the rudder.
For those of you who are not schooled in nautical terms, the gudgeon is the bracket, the hole into which you would install a series of pins that protrude from the forward end of a rudder and would hold the rudder in place and allow you either from a tiller or from an arrangement of gears and pulleys to move the rudder from side to side. We're about to see one of those gudgeons, one of those pin holes that we identified earlier at the stern of this vessel.
So we'll want to get some close-up shots of this, so we'll want to light it as best we can.
We also want to look at, there's some deformation associated with this fitting, and we want to look at that as well. Fitting we're talking about is in the lower right-hand part of your view. You can see the bracket that held that fitting to the hull, to the stern frame of the ship. And that's one of the pinholes that held the rudder in place. Very large rudder in this case. This vessel was almost 200 feet long. In fact, the lasers are on it. The lasers are on it right now, and you can see that the hole itself is on the order of 10 centimeters across. You can see how it was attached to the hull with pins. You can see the pins on the forward side there, on the right side. Looks like that bronze fitting was painted. I see evidence for paint.
Yep.
And it does look like it was deformed. It looks like the rudder that is now no longer with the vessel was wrenched or ripped out, deforming that fitting as it happened. We have not looked for the rudder near the vessel.
Lasers on is good for sizing. Thank you.
Whenever you get a good shot of this, I just was wondering if you could really quickly, over on the right side, just actually right at the end of that rudder, there's some of those little tube worms that we were seeing, and we think that those are serpulid worms, so I just wanted to confirm that.
Sure. You want us to lateral right?
Actually, I think you can just pan over with the camera. They're right at the end of that, what is this thing called again?
Gudgeon.
Gudgeon. Right on the right side of the gudgeon. Basically, the right side of it is pointing towards those worms.
It's hard to know how far this particular fitting was above the keel of this vessel. There would have been more than one of these fittings, at minimum 2, obviously, but then perhaps 3 or more, depending on the size of the rudder in question.
Yeah, you can see there's some tubes and they have some feathery stuff coming out of them. So indeed, serpulid worms, otherwise known as Christmas tree worms. Maybe you've seen them if you were scuba diving ever.
Yeah, I have. And when you flick your finger at them, they disappear very rapidly and back into their tubes.
Right. Very good, thanks.
It certainly looks as though that fitting was painted.
Yeah.
And it would be really cool, and this depends on, you know, if we have time. I don't know what the priorities are here for the archaeology, but it would be cool to look at those corals that are on the stern of this ship, kind of from a perpendicular angle, so where you can see where they attach to the hull of the ship.
Okay, let's do it.
That looks a bit like a skeg of some kind at the bottom there under that gudgeon. I don't know if we're near the bottom of the hull or not, but that certainly looks like a it's a very massive beam that we're seeing just above the seafloor.
Aaron, you want to guide the pilot, please?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly which side, but basically you want to come around to either the left or the right of this, because my impression from seeing these corals at the top is that they're sticking more or less straight off of it, but I have to go and look at them again.
I think we have netting off the port side on the left-hand side of your view. I don't know which is less obstructed.
Yeah, let me look at them again. Yeah, up please, thanks. Yeah, I can see them in the pilot cam. All right. So that piece of Lophelia, the white one that's in the upper right there, I think it would be easiest to come around to the left side to see where it attaches, and then sort of look more or less down at it, I think. Yeah. So it's really hard to see in this massive part, but that lower one is what I'm aiming for. Let's see. The lower, let's see, if you would, okay, on my screen it's just down from the lasers, so straight down from there. There's a, yeah, that's right. You know what, those ones where your lasers are on right now, they look a little bit easier to actually see the attachment point.
Looks like this entire piece is covered with net.
Yep, that's exactly what it looks like.
So let's, yeah, go for that guy that's basically in the middle of the screen. The lasers are on it now. Although, yeah, you're right, this is all covered with net, so it is a little tough to actually see where it's attached to the ship. Yes, please. Can we lateral around to the, I think to the left. I still can't see where it's actually attaching there.
Yeah.
Right.
It almost looks like it's attached to the net. I wonder if there's metal interlacing the net.
I don't know. It's possible that it's attached to the net. It's hard to say. That piece on the top looks like it's a piece that had broken off and fallen on top of this other one. Can we, what if you skirted around this thing and looked kind of in at it at an angle? Do you think you could see the base of it?
Yeah.
It's buried in there?
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think you're
that
gonna see
one's
it.
in a crevice. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
Okay, Tom. What I'd like you to do is lateral to your right. Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah. Yeah. So what we want to do, Tom, is rotate around a little bit to your left, and then lateral to your right, and we're going to work our way down to the bottom. And there's a great deal of structure that's laying on the bottom that I think we want to take a little closer look at down there. So if you begin to move to your right, you can actually turn and kind of face the strike of the vessel. You'll see a lot of debris as you start looking towards the bow from the stern.
It's a very nice view of the side of the hull now, and the nature of the outer planking where it still is in pretty good shape.
So shoreside, could you help us out on exactly what you'd like to look at here?
I think the material that I was looking at was actually off the port side of the stern, back almost directly behind from where we were just at.
Oh, okay. Behind from where we were at.
Yeah, from the out away from the directly behind the stern post.
Okay. Okay, Tom, sorry. Could we rotate left, please, and go back to the stern post? Okay. So somewhere back here. So we're at the stern post now. Are you saying looking off to the left from here?
Yes, Dave, this is looking off to the left. I thought we had some pieces that we had looked at briefly earlier out there, unless I was disoriented and it was over to the other side.
I don't think we saw, we were looking at pieces that were on the starboard side forward of the stern. No, we did not look directly aft of the stern at the seafloor.
Are we seeing anything there on the scanning sonar directly aft?
Negative. I don't. We'll take a look, but I don't recall seeing anything out there.
There's certainly nothing on the side scan image behind the stern.
Tom, could you just spin left a little bit? And let's see if we see anything with the sonar.
You know, when we were out here on the dive, I was looking at the scan and didn't see anything out there.
It's the right spot. So
Okay,
Tom,
that sounds good.
So Tom, back the way were originally going is, I think, perhaps where that point of interest is that we're looking for. There's a lot of structure above you, and there's a lot of structure to your right and in front of you that's come off. If you lateral to your right, you'll see a tremendous amount of structure in there. So this is the area that I think where we were. But is anything familiar here back on shore? That does this look like the area that you were interested in?
Yeah, this looks like it. I was interested in just getting some close-ups on some of these timbers to see if we have any fasteners that we can still are still there that we might be able to get some close-ups on.
Okay. So Tom, let's come down and let's take some close-ups on these timbers that are laying down and see if we can see any fasteners whatsoever. Yep.
A sheared off bolt or a trunnel.
Looks more like a burrow than
I think that's a trunnel.
Could be a fitting. It could be a I don't know, rivet hole, bolt hole. Looks like it's got some discoloration related to oxidation of metal.
Actually, that piece is interesting. Did you see the to the left of the hole, the kind of the steps that were cut into that? Could you zoom back in again, please? Right on the anemones protruding off to the side, right where the lasers are now. Just keep coming in. Okay,
Yeah,
right there. Hold
it
that.
looks like a scarf joint.
Exactly. Tilt your camera up a touch, please. That's right there.
Yeah, you've got steps cut in that beam.
But look at Lynn, just to the right.
Okay, come out a little bit, please. And you see how it's stepped in from there?
Certainly stepped in.
Yeah.
It's been
something very specifically.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's called a scarf joint.
Yes. Okay, so Tom, that's what we want to do. There's stuff sitting here on the bottom that it as we zoom in, we're seeing detail that we're not seeing on the initial pass. So let's just take a look around and see what we've got here. Go ahead and zoom on that and take a look at that.
This little cluster of sponges here in the foreground. A really little crab right there. It's cute.
Okay.
I am just not seeing any metal fasteners. Are Jim or Jack or anyone else seeing any?
I haven't seen a single one.
No, I haven't either. Jim has left for the day.
There's that net right in front of us there. I think we're actually quite fortunate. We're not seeing a lot more netting on this ship. It can be quite a hindrance in doing an inspection like this.
I'm satisfied with looking at with this data from the timbers. If we wanted to, if we want to head back towards the bow and look at that, I'm fine with that now.
I think they're ready to head back towards the bow, Dave. So
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen fastener one.
Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to set up to make a slow move down the starboard side of the ship and go up to the bow, and we're going to want to work inside the bow area for a while over the top and looking very carefully down inside the ship from the top. So we'll want to get Sirius in a good position to move along with little Herc. We're not going to linger along the way, so we're just going to go from point A to point B in a slow, controlled transect. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like they want to go to the bow, and they've got a bunch of things they want to look up at the bow right now. So
Yeah, I think the idea is that they want to try to decipher the metal fittings that we saw near the bow, try to get an idea of ship age and so on. It's not that there aren't other markers to look at along the way, particularly on the port side, but should probably start to think about using our time expeditiously here.
Yep.
Yeah, however side you guys want to go up towards the bow, that's fine. And if you want to go starboard, you want to go port, it really doesn't matter too much to me. I'm not sure about the other archaeologists.
Yeah, I think the fastest way right now is to move along the starboard side, and we'll go up and maybe the first thing we should hit is that hawse pipe and possibly that capstan area. Is that okay with you guys?
Right.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Sounds good here.
Roger that. Thank you. And we'll, pilot, we'll just keep the starboard side of the wreck up at the higher elevation there in view along the way, and we'll just we'll go up towards the area that had the what looked to be a capstan and also a hawse pipe, which was a little bit more forward of that, both on the favoring the starboard side. We'll take a good look at that stuff first.
I had my
Have you been able to see anything in the Sirius camera, or is the visibility not good enough?
We have a, we're able to see kind of the outline of Little Herc and the lights, but we really don't have a very good view, and at times we have hardly any view at all. It's pretty murky from that elevation. So it's helping us, but it's not giving us the real perspective images that we'd really like.
Right.
Yeah, it's in the quad feed on the upper right. If you're interested in seeing it, you're seeing right now. If you're looking at it, you're seeing serious image of Little Herc as Little Herc is slowly walking along the starboard side there.
I think I was looking at it from a different website. Let me go back.
Oh, okay. So we're we're working along the starboard side. We're probably a little better than midway along the ship right now, and this is that area where you can see the frames, and in this particular spot, the inner sheathing is or inner planking is missing in spots, and you can see right through. Okay, after we get a quick zoom on this, let's come up higher and start looking for the capstan and the hawse pipe, please.
Is that some kind of a fitting there in the upper center view, or is that just biology?
That's what we're looking at. We're not sure.
Might be a bolt hole. It looks like there's a scarf joint just below at the bottom of the screen, too.
Yeah, that lowermost hole looks circular there. One between the lasers right now.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on and go towards the bow area where we're going to take a good hard look at that hawse pipe. Be interesting to see if there's another one on the other side. And also we want to look at the capstan, or what we think.
Yeah, we had a couple of different pieces of hardware there.
Yeah.
Bollard, windlass capstan, we weren't sure. We didn't spend a lot of time.
Exactly. Okay, you see it right there in this, right down on the left-hand side. So let's see if we can get in there. It's like
Yeah, they were interested in looking at morphology and how it may have been pulled out of the wood behind it, whether there was any hardware associated with the back of it, how it may have been fastened. We didn't really spend a lot of time getting close-ups on it. Looked like it was deformed a bit, so. Wonder if the iron staining in the middle of it isn't a section of chain that's still sitting in that in the pipe itself.
Can we zoom towards the top center of that hawse pipe feature?
Yes. Okay, we want to zoom on the top center part of that hawse pipe that we're looking at right now. So we could line up a little bit to the right-hand side as you're looking at it right now. There you go.
I mean, well, I used to be able to scroll up and down. I'm just not on.
Something happened with that. That's a caching issue. And I mean, it'll be in the event log when the event log gets posted to the FTP site.
Sure.
But I'd be curious if that, if it at least keeps up with what Aaron's is doing.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
All right.
So I'm gonna, yeah, just kind of leave it, watch over your shoulder.
Okay. Yeah, come up just a touch, Dave. That's good right there.
And the
Is
lower
that a
part
link
is,
of chain right there?
yeah, the remains of chain that's still in the hawse pipe. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, sure enough.
Okay, having said that, let's just take a look, just kind of move downward just a touch and see if that chain is traceable as we go down. No. It could be chain going down right in front of you.
Where the anemone is, or the...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. Maybe we could be looking at highly overgrown links, maybe doubled over. Be hard to.
Yeah. But it seems to end right there, so. Okay. We've got enough. Let's go back up and let's try to get a little bit above that hawse and look down on it with the camera if you can. See if we can see where it goes, where the attachment point is.
Yeah, the idea was to look like it might be deformed and pulled away from the hull, and if it was, how that might have happened.
I think you might see the circular piece and see it in there.
Yeah, I do. Looks to me like the whole pipe has been pulled out of the hole
Right.
from which it was sitting in the hull.
Right.
And maybe that argues for
Almost
the.
Looks like the cable came down on it.
I mean, maybe this vessel was anchored and the anchors dragged and pulled. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But
yeah, if you could just come up just a touch, Dave.
It's really cool, all those different sizes and colors of anemones over there.
Yeah, incredible. Okay, could you zoom in right there for a second? something interesting there. See that sharp edge?
Yeah.
Going
Oh,
like
yeah.
that?
Well, I mean, that looks like the end of it. I mean, I think that might be the end of the fitting, see? It went into the planking, was probably, I don't know how they attach the hose pipes to the planking, but that looks like the end of it. Looks like it pulled out and down.
Well, this is the. I can see the hose pipe there.
Right.
But there's something going. See the straight edge right down at the bottom of the
yeah,
screen?
I see it, but I'm not sure what it is. A gap in the planks.
Cable or something.
But that's
just to the right of the lasers, or where they were, it looked like a kind of a dark-colored anemone, but that might have been a fastener of some sort. You're just to the right of, just above the lasers right now, into the wood. There's a small anemone right above it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're looking at. Yep. Something horizontal, just to the right of the anemone. That pipe would have been fat
from where the lasers are now.
It would have been attached with bolts to either side. That pipe.
Possibly, yes.
I see what he's looking at. It's just a small white anemone just to the
it-
right
it-
and there. That right to the right.
No, what I was looking at was actually up higher above the hose hole.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Could you, Dave, come up a little bit and to the left? Yeah.
The thing that's right under the.
There, you see that
It's
straight
up,
edge right
it's
there?
up and to the left of the lasers right now. Just
Well, is
above
that
the
metal?
hose
Is
hole
that
in
a
the
shank
wood.
of an anchor?
Well, that's what I'm looking
Is that a shank of an anchor right there on the upper part of the view? I think that looks to me like a ball and a shank of a metal. No? Boy, I don't know. Really? Well, wishing is part of this. Ugh.
I think we looked at this earlier. This was wood. I thought it was the anchor, too.
I resent that I'm not allowed to wish as part of this whole. I don't know. Well, that was just my tone that led me to. Okay, yeah, I guess I got to go with wood here. But you're right. I was excited there for a second.
Yeah, this side looks woody.
Looked like it had a ball on the end of it there.
Okay, zoom out, please. And, Dave, could you tilt your camera up a bit, please? So I'd be curious if we jump over to the other side to see if there's another hawse in a similar location.
Yeah, you'd expect to see it. I don't remember though, but there were a lot of cabling on the other side. Is a problem.
Right.
We didn't get quite as close because we had cabling issues on the other side of the bow.
Right.
Did we ever look carefully at the what the cables are connected to at the top?
We looked down on it at one point. It looked like a kind of a flat plate, but then it looked like some of the cables went into the hull. So I don't remember that we actually tried to track them inside the hull. There's a lot of metal. There's a lot more metal. There's a lot more metal to look at up here.
Yeah. What I was asking about though is that really tall structure.
Are we talking about the water tank?
No, what the cables are connected to. That's
Right, that beam, center beam.
Okay.
Looked like there might be a flat surface across which the cables went, but I don't. Well, you're looking at it right now. There it is.
Yep. My perception of it is different now. When we first approached it, I was thinking of it as being high off of the deck level of the ship,
Right,
but now
right.
I understand.
to be more damage on this side.
Yep.
Yeah, we're kind of in a blowout. We're in a blowout mode here.
It looks like a knee right there.
Yep. It does.
Yep, a very nice size knee.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Lower left.
A knee or a breast hook? Might be a breast hook.
There seems to be something circular dead ahead, Dave.
This thing too.
Co-pilot, you happy with the tether? Roger.
Frank, did Jim? I wasn't clear on where Jim saw some of that machinery. Is he gone, or did he give you any additional information?
It was above us, where we are now. It was up in the forepeak area.
Anybody have any idea on what we're looking at right now?
I don't
know.
Some green staining. It looks like it's something bronze that was sitting against the wood.
It's perfectly round.
Perfectly round. So there's something sitting against the wood. I don't think it's more than a stain.
There's an object right that looks like this diameter.
Say again?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've never seen anything quite like this. This is
Yeah, I agree.
quite a blowout.
The
like this simple deterioration.
I think this
Well,
is
if that is a piece of an otter board back there, maybe this is where the actual otter board hit initially, and maybe tore it up before it got snagged.
Yeah, there's the back side of the hull.
I have a hard time believing an otter board could do this to a vessel built as well
Yeah,
as
really.
as this vessel is built.
Yeah, I agree. And
Yeah, I
what's
think that's
that
the
right
bigger.
there?
Dave, have
See
them
that,
zoom in on that iron
piece
right
right in
there.
the center?
Yeah, the piece just now to the right of the screen, just going off the screen, Jack. Yeah, that just caught my eye too.
To which side, left or right?
Well, right now it's right in the middle, lower middle. It's got two kind of band-looking things.
Yeah, okay. Yep, we're going in on that now.
And then up in the upper left is that thing. It looks like, I think that's a breast hook.
Certainly looks like you've got staining, metal staining to the left of that beam you want to look at too. That looks like metal there. Is that banding on that beam to the right that you want us to look at? Looks like it.
Right.
I wonder if that could be a chain locker.
That may be chain. This may be the chain locker.
Chain locker.
area.
Yeah, we were just coming to that conclusion too. Maybe
pile of
it's
chain.
maybe it's a pile of chain.
Yeah.
Can we pan to the right of that pile?
Yes.
Just off the screen to the right.
Yes, stand by. Dave, could you pan to the right? Just rotate right a little bit. They're interested in seeing something to the right. And then we can. Yeah, you see that round green disc looking? Is that what you're looking at?
That's what we were just looking at a second ago.
Yeah, but below that, could you zoom in now, please?
That looks like decking. Is that a remains of decking that we're looking at? That looks like decking on the forepeak.
Well, where the green stain is,
right
just below that, it looks like there's almost something that could be a machinery
down
if you pan down below it.
Yeah.
It's got a couple of, I guess,
Dave,
horizontal openings in it you can see.
Just
just
below
that?
where you're looking at.
Just off the screen now on the bottom center.
Right. 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 I think what I want to do is just take a quick glimpse of what's down at the bottom of the screen now, and then I'm gonna want to go back over and look at that that bollard or capstan, whatever it is, and then we'll move Sirius on the other side of the ship so we can do this better. We're a little stretched right now. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So you see what's right. Tilt your camera down and rotate left, please. Rotate left. Okay, right there. Stop with the camera. Rotate left and zoom, please. Right there. Yeah. That almost looks like the same thing that we saw that we thought was a capstan. You see the holes in the.
Yeah, I do.
It almost looks like the same thing that we were seeing on the other
side
side.
there? Yeah.
It doesn't. It looks metallic. It's got staining on it. That would be the most capstan looking thing I've seen so far.
Well, they put the pieces in and they rotate it, right? And I saw the same thing on the other one on the other side.
Right. It's a big, and it would need to be on a ship this big. It would need to be a very, very big piece of machinery.
Yeah.
And it's got metal staining associated with it, which suggests to me that the entire thing is metal. And I think that's decking to the right. I think where that green circular stain is decking. I think that's the only decking I've seen.
I think you're right.
Okay, let's zoom out. Let's move around the to the other side, and then let's find that bollard or capstan, whatever we think it is, on the other side before we move Sirius over to this side of the ship. Thanks.
We did have a good close look at that circular green stain, didn't we?
We're gonna come back to that.
We've just got to bring Sirius over to this side of the ship before we can do it easily.
Yeah. Go ahead now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Got a little needle gunning going on above us here on the Okeanos Explorer, so if you hear any background noise, that's what it is.
Okay, let's see if we can find this again. Current's picked up.
Can't get there. That's correct.
Right. Did we drop a target on that?
We did. It was 12, I believe.
Waypoint 12?
I believe so, yeah.
Swing to your right a little bit. See it right there?
Actually, waypoint 12 was the hawse pipe, but
Yeah.
but it was close. It was close to 12.
Right.
Clearly inside the wreck. That's where we were, though.
Yep.
Well, anyway, that's one of the features. I initially called it a bollard, but we were debating it. Capstan
Right.
could easily be a windlass, depending on what the age of the. Some of those were mechanically driven, some were steam driven. Haven't seen any evidence that this has got an engine associated with it, though.
Yeah.
Certainly looks stronger now than it was. Yeah. Well, if it's a capstan, it'd have holes in the upper part. If it's a bollard, it would not. Pretty.
Could this be the other hawse pipe?
No.
I don't think so. This would, whether bollard or capstan, it would have been on the main deck, close to amidships. In a ship this age, I mean, the archaeologists can comment. I would have thought it would have been up on the deck. It would have depended on whether it was driven by steam or was a mechanical capstan. And right. So that argues against it being a capstan.
Okay, let's make a move and get serious on the other side of the ship so we can look more in that area that we were just in on the bow. From a little bit better of a position here. So I think. Well, let's see. Your current is your current coming from about southeast? South. If your current's coming from south, then you might be better moving Sirius east, and then having Little Herc work into the current. So basically inside the wreck, looking towards the port bow area. He might have better control that way. Yeah. So if that's the area, that's the work area. So if you move Sirius east from where it is now, yeah, over there somewhere, right? Yeah, that way Little Herc can work into the current. Dave, you okay with that? I think you're going to be better off. So I think if you move, Jeff, if you move Sirius east and get almost north or a little bit northeast of where of the bow area, I think that's going to position Little Herc to work more effectively in the current. Yep, somewhere up in there, and that way Dave can work right into it. Dave, you may want to just stay close enough to where you can scout things out, and we can do a little work while you're making the move. Yeah, Dave, you can just hang out until Sirius is moved in a desirable position and you're comfortable, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I think where you want to go is ahead and a little to your left. That's the area I think you're going to work towards. Yeah, I think you're going to, yeah, in other words, the tank is right there to your left, and the side of the ship is over to your right. I think you're going to want to go right between, right, almost right about that direction right there. And I think that's going to bring you right back into that area that you were looking at earlier from the different direction. But it's going to be a lot easier with Sirius over in a more desirable location, I think. You could zoom in just to your right, Dave, a little bit on the right of the screen there. Some interesting stuff down in that area.
Yeah, there's more metal down there. I mean,
yeah.
Pan right and down, and there was certainly something else down there that's metal. That looks like it might be mounted on the bottom of the ship there.
Is that some kind of engine?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, whether, you know, some of these windlasses were powered with steam engines. I don't know whether that's a steam engine or not, but haven't seen much in the way of machinery on this vessel that argues against that, but would have thought we would have seen some kind of an engine somewhere else. But sometimes they just had small steam engines just for the anchor chain and nothing else on the vessel at all. So
Yeah, sometimes you use anchor chains, small engines for pumps. You have one that has a small, listed as having a small steam engine and a small gasoline engine for pumps.
Right.
So.
Right. So it's possible that there is no main engine, but that there were small engines forward for manipulating the anchor. Crew got very upset about having to deal with mechanical capstans and windlasses.
Okay, Dave. Looks like Sirius is pretty well set. So if you move straight ahead just as you're going. So now you're starting to look at the port side of the bow. Look around here a little bit. So we're quite a ways down into the bow section of the ship right now.
Gentlemen, I'd be interested in having you explain to me how this sheathing is getting this texture that it's getting.
Could you repeat that question again, please?
Well, I'm looking.
Dave,
I'm looking at our video, our view right now, and there's a lot of. It's kind of a knobby texture to this sheathing, and I'm wondering whether that's just the way this sheathing erodes in contact with seawater over time. To the right, it appears quite smooth, and I would expect that. And then it's quite pockmarked and hummocky, and I'm just wondering if that's common.
It's not really sheeting. This would be called it's interior or ceiling planking, which is wood, which is different from sheathing, which would be like copper or lead.
Fair enough.
To protect the ship.
That's my ignorance, but
Okay.
So this would
Dave,
some of this would be just how it's deteriorating with salt water, how the bacteria or other biological creatures are impacting the wood, and some of it's probably from growth on it, and also the silting up of the area.
And would the knobs that I'm seeing at a lot of intervals, would that be related to the fasteners?
Okay, come straight ahead, please, at this elevation.
Probably, but I'm not really certain about that.
Okay, thank you.
And then turn slightly to your left now, and straight ahead. That's it. So now you should be walking right towards the bow. Turn a little bit more left. I think that's the same thing that we were looking at.
I think it's the same one.
Yeah. So I'll stop right here and just do a slight rotation to the right. Okay, so let's just take a look at this massive amount of material all bunched up like this. This is really fascinating. See if we can just scan this area, zoom in a little bit on different things, and just let's take a good look in here. See if we see anything. Yeah, keep in mind that you've got some stuff below you. Right.
I mean, it's hard to see this as deterioration. The timbers are too fresh. I mean, it's some kind of a.
This is not deterioration.
It's a cataclysm of some kind here. I mean, this is.
The
I mean, it looks like somebody gave it a good lick, is what it looks like. I mean, considering how well other parts of this hull are holding up, you know, this has got to be an external force of some kind that did this.
So there's your hawse pipe right there.
Right.
Okay, I think we've seen up here quite a bit, Dave. So if you could work more towards the left left side as you're looking at the vessel right now. If you just begin to work lateraling and turning some combination to move over to your left as you're looking at the screen. Yeah.
It's another one of those curly-legged brittle stars.
Oh, up on the upper right there?
Yeah, the thing that just has, it's got like 2 legs sticking out, and I guess the other ones are holding on.
Really? So, I mean, are the 2 legs sticking out because it's in some kind of feeding stance, or is that?
I think so.
Or is it giving up?
I don't know
Well,
anything
it sees
about
the ROV and it's giving up.
I don't
arms
know
are
anything about these kind of brittle stars. It's just that I
Dave,
looked at
can
them
you
closely, and
turn,
seems to be what they are.
lateral left a little bit.
So I can only guess that maybe that's the way that they feed.
So you don't know this brittle star personally?
Lateral left a little bit more. Okay.
I've always thought that was an incredibly tranquil existence, being a brittle star. Boy, this looks like some kind of collision.
Yeah,
or
tilt your camera down a touch.
This part of the hull just got completely bashed.
Yeah, we saw that from the other angle before, but let's take a look at it now from this angle.
Is the sediment level on the inside of the ship higher than outside, or is it about the same?
Good question. I don't think it's very different.
Okay.
There's that piece of timber with the rings around it, just to the right center there.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's got.
It's interesting. It almost looks like a fluke.
It does. I mean, it looks like a piece of an anchor. It looks like a piece of an anchor. Oh, there's the anchor. There. Well, there is. There's the anchor right there.
Yeah.
There's the anchor right there.
I'm wondering if that's a stock.
It could be a stock for the anchor, and that's the anchor fluke, right in the upper center part of your screen.
It might be broken apart, but I think that's the anchor right there.
Right.
Okay. Okay, see if you can get a little bit of a close-up on that when you're comfortable.
Very nice. Very nice. That's it, though. No question. Now, that should give us a little indication of age. Right, gentlemen?
Well, it also gives you an indication that something happened up in the front of this vessel that put everything, compacted everything into a.
Dave's thinking cannonball here, but I haven't
No,
I haven't bought into the cannonball theory yet because I haven't seen the cannonball, but that is definitely the anchor. I'll bet you that's a fluke to the right. I would agree with you. We just had a bad angle last time. We were looking at it 90 degrees on, didn't see it.
Right.
It was against the sediment.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good shot right there.
Or that's the fluke it's a metal fluke, and that's the ball of it. It's one that was stored on deck, so it wasn't deployed. It was actually, they used to keep them parallel to each other on deck. So it may have been one that was lashed on deck, and whatever happened, it just caved in.
You zoom in a little bit on that.
Could be part of a yard. It could be part of a yard to the right. See, that ball would have been part of the fluke, perhaps. It's a big anchor. Yeah, I agree with Kim. Bow's completely smashed in. Certainly looks like it. Yeah, folding stock anchor. I tend to agree with you, Frank, too. I think it's a folding stock, and I think the stock is folded against the shaft. Well, maybe, unless it was an implosive event, and it didn't sink very far. We don't know where this thing sank. It's been moved. It's in deep water now, but it might have moved quite a ways with the sediment pile here in the Mississippi in 100 years.
Right. And if stuff was kind of broken and then it sat here for 100 years, then, you know, those little wood fragments that were holding it together might have broken
I mean,
off.
people tend to think of this Mississippi cone as a big pile of sediment, but it's a very mobile pile of sediment, which is moving downward and seaward slowly with time. Could be part of a yard to the right. Looks like fittings. Looks like old harness. Very interesting. Something really cataclysmic happened here. This is considering how well the rest of this ship is built. Something very invasive happened right here. Meteorite impact.
Iceberg.
Right. Iceberg. Right. Makes it an older wreck.
I was just going to say, that might date the wreck a bit older.
Makes it an older wreck than we thought.
Okay, Dave. What I'd like to do is swing around and work kind of behind where you're looking right now. But obviously, be real careful. Almost behind you right now. Which means we're looking, if we rotated around, we'd be looking down the starboard rail. Yep.
Is that metal staining to the right? Is that what we were calling the chain locker?
Yeah, that's what we see. It's all fits in the same spot.
Yeah, oh yeah, no question.
So Frank can tell us?
Yeah.
Asked if we can take another look at the item that looks like an engine.
Frank, I think we're planning on just getting some different views. I don't think we're moving very far from here, so we'll attempt to accommodate you. I think this seems to be the most diagnostic part of the wreck in terms of trying to understand what happened to it, age, and so on.
This part that looks like the engine around this area.
Yeah, it was something down near the base of the hull. It could have been an engine for driving the windlass.
Well, I see we've found the anchor. Now we need to go look for the bell.
Right, the bell. That's right.
What is with joking about the bell all the time?
Well, the bell is great because the bell usually has the it generally has the name of the vessel, and it sometimes has the year it was built. So that's
right.
It's often pretty, and often just the shape of the bell will tell you a lot about the age of the wreck. So
I see.
It's also
kind of an inside joke with us because we recovered the bell off one ship and it told us nothing.
Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. That's also true. Then they become souvenirs.
How big would the bell be on a ship like this?
Oh, there might have been more than one. There would have been one that would have chimed the watches, and that wouldn't have been very large. Perhaps as large as a computer screen. Then there might have been a bigger one than that somewhere, sounding an alarm. You know, something. You know.
Yep. Okay. Kim Folk also tells us that bells are also known for being on different ships after serving their time on a particular vessel, so they can be a red herring. In other words, they can tell you that they're from one ship, but really They've just been reappropriated on a different ship.
Absolutely. They were valuable commodities because they were expensive to make and they were often quite ornate. So they were. I've got the ship's bell, the bronze ship's bell from my dad's yacht, mounted outside in my house on Martha's Vineyard. It's a wonderful bell. It just sounds great.
You see that dead ahead, Dave? That round. Yeah, let's take a look at that a little bit.
And I think, gentlemen and ladies, we're looking at the last piece of decking I think that's decking, where that looks like somebody actually put something down. I don't know whether it was intentional, maybe it was somebody else visiting the wreck. It's like something was actually put on that piece of decking.
That green object almost looks like a plaque.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Well, I mean, we talk about a bell, but maybe the bell was there.
Okay, Dave, let's slide over to that brass piece and take a good hard look with a zoom on that.
What is that thing? What is that circular?
It is dead circular.
What is it? I mean, it looks like something was put there, and it must have been left there for quite a while. Something copper.
Right, because you can see there's a lot of like gunk all around it, and then not right on it. It's interesting.
Is it raised? It almost looks like there's a corner.
It would be good to get a zoom on that, Dave, at some point if we can.
Jack, I looked at the screenshots from 2003.
Part of the decking on the upper left is broken.
I can't really see it very well. So it looks like it's just been uncovered recently.
Well, maybe it's an inset. Maybe it's something inset into the decking. Although
Could it be a light?
I don't know, a prism of some kind, maybe. It looks like a metal plate that was put into the decking.
Yeah.
And because you get close to it, it looks like
it was just something sitting loose up.
Either that or it was something that was sitting on the deck for a long time and discolored the wood underneath. But
well, it's definitely
yes, but why isn't it?
Part and then there's a
it's
rectangular
got
part
copper
in the middle
element to it because nothing is growing there.
Right.
So
there's that brown gunk all around it and not on it.
Hmm.
Get out of our view, you roughy.
They're kind of cute.
That's an odd looking thing. That.
All right, fish.
I have no idea what that would be.
Huh.
Oh, you're going to get me scrambling to Google now.
I'm not sure if I'm just seeing things here, but that object that's about a foot or two directly aft this looked like it was roughly the same diameter. Could that be related?
Yeah, that's what we were wondering.
So what do you make the dimensions on that? Those are
10 centimeters
8 inches apart on the lasers?
Lasers are 10 centimeters apart.
10 centimeters. Yeah, okay.
However many inches that is.
About 4.
Well, it doesn't appear something that's going through the decking, so it has to have been something that was put on the decking.
Right.
And it could have been something copper, a copper plate, bottom of a copper pail. I mean, you can see the decking is broken to the top, and so it's an imprint on the wood. It's not something going through the wood, but it was there for a while.
Yeah. Odd.
So
So
I know
Daniel,
this is. I'm intrigued by the staying too, but I'm curious about our dive time and if we're going to be running out before we need to look at some other features. And I was wondering if
we should
can
move on.
think about
We've
moving
got a-
on to
we've
the
got a half
engine
hour
area
right
possibly, please.
Roger that.
Where do they want to go?
Well, I think they want to look at what we thought might be a small engine near the base of the wreck. I think we wanted to look some more at that capstan / bollard. I think they want to look at the pieces of metal in the vicinity of the chain locker and the anchor and try to do as much deciphering of those as possible. And correct me if I'm wrong, folks.
Dan asked to look at virtual marker 1 if there is time. What was near there? I can't remember.
Well,
That was the area on the port side that had possible chain plate and the scupper tube.
Right.
But my priority, I think, should be given to the possible engine.
Right. That first.
Probably have about 1 hour left. Kind of depends on you. 45 minutes.
Well, if we're going to be on, if we're going to be at 50 meters at 4:30, we've got about an hour left.
Okay. About an hour.
45 minutes.
I mean, yes, right. An hour. All right. They want to go back and look at that area that they thought they saw something that looked like an engine. Now, before we see this right here, right to the center screen to the right a little bit. We're looking at this from a different angle. You see the roundish or cylindrical thing right there?
Looks like metal of some kind. I see what you're
Was
saying.
is that what you guys meant?
It was something deeper. Oh, this. You mean
Yeah,
the
right
bigger,
where the
bigger
lasers
issue.
are right
Is that
now.
what they thought was
there
an engine? Or
No, there was something that looked like it was mounted. It was deeper in the wreck than that. But I see another pillar-looking thing to the right of the. Did we decide that we know what the extreme right-hand end of the view, just to the right of the coral? That looked like metal as well. But both of these are metal, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that's the windlass.
Oh,
I think that's the windlass where the lasers are to the right and down.
Yeah, because the anchor is just to your left.
Right.
There's the anchor
So that's the windlass there.
Okay.
The question is, what was driving it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is probably the windlass, and that the other piece of machinery we're talking about looked more like a small engine.
Yep.
Trying to remember where that was. Did we drop a marker on that?
We did not. But it wasn't very far. I think it was down and to the left of where we are right now. Yeah, there's the chain, lower center part of the view right there.
Is that a hawse?
I think that's the other hawse hole right there, hawse pipe right.
Oh, right in the center of the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a horizontal windlass. I agree with you. But that could be the other hawse pipe right there, and maybe ended up there on the deck from the collision on the port side, whereas it's in place on the starboard side. And that's metal. That's all metal in front of us. That's the bollard, or what we're not sure is a bollard or a capstan. That's. So you didn't see any spoke holes in this, huh, Dave?
No.
Well, that makes it hard. Well, it could be a steam bollard. I mean, if it's an engine that's driving these things, it could be a motor-driven. And if that's true, then the engine is directly below that somewhere. See, I see a pipe or something that looks like a pipe coming down from that bollard just extreme. Is that a pipe? Center right of your view?
Right there, yeah.
Right, that's it. Okay, so that's it. So you did have a drive. So this was a power-driven bollard, and the engine would have to have been in a straight line from it. They wouldn't have done much gearing for that, I think.
Okay.
Well, I think it would have been more or less below that feature, right? That bollard right there.
Okay, so Dave, you want to work your way. I think you're on your way there.
I mean, we may have to come up again and look down.
Yeah, you're coming in from the right angle. I think to look underneath that.
I mean, if it was a power bollard. It was being used probably for lines, and it might not have had anything to do with the chain at all. Right. Chain was. Yeah, we're getting close to it now. I think it was down. It was pretty deep in the hull. It was down. It was down as low as I've seen in that hole or the hole to the left. Nice work here, Dave. Well, I think in that lower right-hand view now you've got metal. I know the chain locker is somewhere in this vicinity as well, but
No, this is off to the.
I think that's what you were talking about, though, right? In the right center of the view now. I'm pretty sure this group of objects in the right center view were what we were calling an engine earlier.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Can we get a marker dropped here, please?
Yep. Let's get a marker. ROV nav, can we get a marker here?
Okay, can we zoom in on this right center screen, Dave?
This will be marker 13. Roger. Thank you.
How's this? Sorry.
Could be multiple engines down here. One could have helped with anchor chain. Another one could have been powering that capstan bollard for line handling, dock lines. Now, is that Lophelia there? Is that a Lophelia right in the foreground, or is that something else?
Paramaricia, this yellow thing.
Paramaricia?
Yeah, it's a soft coral, Gorgonian.
Okay.
Instead of having calcium carbonate skeleton, has a more flexible skeleton made out of proteins and other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more than one piece of what looks like machinery down there, Dave.
About 30 minutes remaining in the dive.
Dave, you see just to the left of the Paramaricia? What is that? Let's zoom in on that.
It's metal. That's metal of some kind. Metal framing. Looks like machinery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like machinery.
That's machinery right
That's
there.
machinery for sure.
Is this what you wanted to look at, Dan?
Well, there was more. There was more down in the lower right, but that.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the lower section of machinery.
Right.
Trying to figure out what kind of engine that might be.
More than one piece here, but that's one. It's pretty clear you were at least looking at steam here, if not even early electricity. Yeah, we're in the process right now of looking down deep in the forecastle area of the ship at what appears to be machinery, which we think may have been helping to power an anchor windlass, which we've seen, horizontal anchor windlass, which is the piece of machinery that lowers and retrieves the anchor chain. We've actually seen one of the anchors in this vicinity, and we have a power-driven bollard / capstan, which may also be related to this machinery, which is deep in the hull near the bow. That's what we're doing right now. This is dive 7 of the Okeanos Explorer. We are wrapping up an extensive visual inspection of a 60-meter long wooden vessel in about 400 meters of water east of the mouth of the Mississippi River.
Okay, this is Dave. For the folks on the beach, is there anything else that that you want to look at? There was one other item that I think we didn't look at that was off in the sediment from off to our what I think would be the west-northwest. Is there anything else here that you want to see?
Dave, this is Dan in Houston. I'd really like to get, if we have time, go over to that visual marker 1. I think it's important that we confirm whether there's chain plate here or not. and look at the some of the timbering on that side, in that area?
Visual marker 1. Okay. We will do that. Stand by, please. Okay, so Nav, we're looking to go to visual marker 1. And you may or may not be able to get there. You probably can get there without moving the ship. Okay. Correct.
Because when we did our initial visual inspection, we were coming up and down, but this was up near the top. But along here somewhere, but I won't swear I know exactly where. It's another one of those beams that's got. And this was where we were discussing whether it was double planked or not, whether you had some outer sheathing and then ribs and then inner, whether there was some anti-fouling.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
A lot of serious construction here. It makes me wonder if there wasn't some metal involved, or whether somebody suggested this morning whether that oxidation was just related to fasteners.
I think what we're looking at right here is we're looking at the interior.
Right. I think it's
side of the interior planking.
That's right, and because the outer sheathing is mostly gone, because the ribs would have been covered with that. You can still see some of it down near the base, down near the seafloor.
Right.
The outer sheathing.
Right.
It's amazing how tight that still looks.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. Well, the caulking was extensive, where you could see the evidence for caulking. There was a lot of it. Well-built ship. Yeah, this is what we were doing, Dave, but we might have to scan left and right and move back and forth along the hull line here a little bit.
I think Dan was looking for is a little bit closer towards the bow from here.
Well, if we're scanning left, we're moving towards the bow. That's what you were looking at, dead ahead of you, I think, Frank, right? Or Dan? Wasn't that with the two fasteners just to the right of the lasers? Wasn't that, I believe, looks like you've got two fasteners, one rib over from the lasers.
I think I was thinking that there was some chain plate there, but it may just be remnants of the outer planking.
I don't know, but that's what I believe that you flagged this morning.
Yeah. Zoom in on that, please.
This could have been what he meant by some kind of scupper, but the what he was calling the chain plate was to the right.
Yeah. Dave, could you lateral right with this zoom on?
Yeah, one more rib.
Well, there you see the outer hull planking, the frame, and the inner hull planking.
All right.
I think what I was seeing was that cable coming down, thinking that might have been a remnant of a chain plate.
Okay.
Yeah, I think those two fasteners right there, I think that was what we had thought might be.
The scupper tube, I think, was more towards the bow.
Okay. Okay, that's good, Dave. Can you zoom out and lateral more towards the bow again? We're going back left. Just follow the hull. And you might want to just rotate to the left a little bit, Dave. I think you're doing that because there are some obstacles, I think, sticking out as you lateral. I see it with your sonar. Yep.
That was that was it. That's what we're looking at.
There it is, right in front, right in the center of the screen.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Nice. Good eye, Dan.
Yeah, I didn't see it this morning. Yeah, I mean I guess so. That's kind of an odd-looking thing for a scupper plate, scupper hole.
Or a fish in there?
What else could it have been? I don't.
They were often used lead lines.
A big fish. That's one of those.
Or metal line scuppers in the 19th century.
Right.
Zoom, please. Zoom.
It's
Hake.
Cusk eel, perhaps.
Or yeah, I think you're right. Or is it one? Yeah.
Stay away from my scupper hole.
It's not a hake.
That's great.
If you think you're getting my scupper hole, you're wrong.
Conger eel was the other one that they were seeing.
Congers. Well, we used to see
that's it.
congers a lot in Woods Hole, and they would hide in jetties and things, and just like this guy. They were as big as your arm and twice as long. They were pretty spooky to go scuba diving around.
Yeah, some are so
conger
mean
eels.
looking. This one looks relatively not so bad.
I don't know. Would depend on how close you are to him. I feel fine up here.
Well, I don't see any teeth anyway.
I'll bet you if I put you in direct proximity to him, you would feel more nervous.
Could we try to get just an overhead view to see how it goes through the hull, how far it extends through the hull?
Dave, what they'd like to do is come up and then kind of get a bird's eye view, look at the camera looking down at that tube, see how it penetrates the hull.
Must have been extended far enough out to penetrate the outer sheathing, so you've got a minimum, gives you an idea of, yeah, that's a great view. That was one thick hull. And that would have been roughly flush with the deck, huh?
Either flush or right below, I would think.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's a beautiful view of the scupper pipe. And you think that would have been lead?
Possibly. I've seen. We have one on another wreck we have in the Gulf here. That's lead out in Ewing Bank.
Huh. Very nice.
Hey, Dave, could you see that very square-looking piece just to the left? Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Kind of curious. Maybe jump up a touch, Dave, and get it more overhead.
Looks like the cross section of one of the beam of one of the ribs. Is that what you're looking at? Where the lasers are now?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Looks like ribs with interior planking. Interesting though.
Interior planking looks like it's doubled.
Yeah, I mean it looks like it's doubled.
Wow.
They cut down a forest to build this ship. Of course, those were the days when they had forests to build these ships.
Right. Okay, Dave. Let's come back out and down a little bit and just reacquire the side of the ship and then continue laddering left, please.
Pretty abrupt end of an intact flank of this hull and leading to chaos.
Yep.
It really is Armageddon. You know, there's not much left of it above the waterline. And you know, those engines down below in front of the windlass, you were down near the keel line, so you know, this hull is shattered down to near the keel line on the port side.
Yep.
Yep, there's our anchor. Yep. Chain. Yeah, probably a bowsprit though. Yeah, probably a bowsprit there. Well, I was wondering whether that squarish looking piece with bindings to the right of the anchor might not have been part of a spar. But it's too close to the anchor not to know whether it's not part of a fluke. Jib booms. Well, jib booms, you know, a jib boom near the bow like this could have been squared off. She would have carried multiple jibs, you know, ship this big. Probably club-footed too, huh? Well.
Sure, this is Dave. Is there anything else that we've got about 5 minutes left here? Is there anything else that you wanted to look at?
We didn't see any evidence of mast steps or mast remains or anything right in the middle of this.
I think the only part of the deck we saw was near the forepeak and the center of the hull, other than the water tank, pretty featureless, covered with sediment, not much even in the way of debris. Maybe that one beam that had notches in it that might have supported a deck. but I didn't see anything that looked like steps. And there's nothing in the acoustic data that suggests that either.
Okay.
Probably a little sort of like an object here. I think do we have time to go and run?
We couldn't really hear that at all. At least I couldn't.
Yeah.
You were breaking up.
Frank Okeanos had mentioned with his chat onto a cylindrical object near the tank. We have time for that area, partially buried.
You're breaking up.
I
If
got
you're
something near the tank partially buried.
if you're in the chat room, could you type it there? Okay,
Hey,
so
Jack?
Yeah.
I'm beginning to suspect possibly a